Good evening, good evening, good evening. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful participation and welcome to the Lamarque City Council. City of Lamarque, the City Council Special Agenda of September 25th, 2025. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special meeting on September 25th, 2025, beginning at 6 p.m. Council Chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarque City Council intend to be and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public. The meeting will be broadcast at this location on channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Ms. Casey, would you give us a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A,
Present.
Councilmember District B,
Present.
Councilmember District C,
Present.
Councilmember District D,
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. We would like to invite you to join us in our invocation and pledge. Tonight, we will have Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion lead us in our invocation, followed by our Deputy City Clerk, Casey Lott, who will lead us in our pledge. If you are able, please stand.
Heavenly Father, I thank you for the gift of this new day and for your steadfast love and protection that you offer us all. As we begin this meeting, I ask for your hand of safety to surround all of us here present today and to especially provide that hand of safety to those of our police officers and other public safety officials as they go about their responsibilities and duties in this ever-changing world. We ask, Lord, that you fill our heart with peace and joy and renew our spirit with grace, and grant us all here at this podium and this dais with the strength to deal with the tasks that we have at hand, and bless all of our work and bless all of our residents of this great city of Lamarque. And always in your holy name, we give your thanks and amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Ms. Lott. We will now move to item 4, citizens' participation. Limited to 3 minutes per person. Thank you, ma'am. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up may speak to council, limited to 3 minutes. If wishing to speak, the mayor or the presiding officer, your full legal name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed. Personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you're visiting with us via phone, you may press *6 to mute or unmute yourself. If you are visiting with us via the Zoom platform on your smartphone, tablet, or computer, there should be a microphone icon at the lower portion of your screen. And if you are here with us in person, there is a podium and a microphone at the center aisle. The time clock is to my left and to your right. And most certainly, you will have 3 minutes to be heard. Let us remember, again, this is America and the First Amendment rules. And so we are simply requesting that those items we wish to speak about, if in our power, we would speak about those items with respect and kindness toward one another. Perhaps we might be able to hear one another and move forward productively in this meeting. Thank you for your consideration on council's request. Are there any persons wishing to speak online?
Hi, yes, this is Delon Delafosse. I'd like to speak, please.
Hello, Delon, and welcome.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. My goal was to actually be there in the physical. I do apologize, but I'm running somewhere and I have to drop a vehicle off, so I'm not going to be there. I will be at the next one. I wanted to just say just a couple of things. I personally, I do support the tax hike because to me, in order for the city to grow and in order for us to have things and, just get things fixed within the city, we will need a tax hike. I can understand it can be a strain on certain individuals. I can totally understand that. But to be honest, we cannot stay the same and or we cannot afford to keep going backwards or to go backwards with the decrease because we really just won't have money to grow. So if we want to attract more people and businesses, Lamarck is going to have to continue to fix up some things to enhance itself. The work is not free. Just like, our city staff, they have to be paid just like anyone that has a job, or, expect to live in this world. Things are just not free and things are going up. So I will personally offer to pay $100 for 3 citizens, house taxes, if we should have the tax hike, that are at least between the ages of 60 to 64. And that, receive a monthly minimum income because I can understand some individuals only get like 900 to 1,000 a month. I totally understand that. And, $25 can go a long ways for me. I don't know how many tacos I can eat on that, but I'm just saying it can get me a long ways within a week. And I just say that because if they're 65, I know they can, have their taxes frozen. So I am willing to offer that to 3 citizens here in Lamarck if we do have a tax hike. I feel like that's where we should be putting our money versus, just spending frivolously or putting it in just places where it doesn't need to be. We can put our money into helping the citizens so that Lamarck can grow and stay beautiful. And I would like to also say, I don't know why a city council member, why would a city council member, not be willing to put their money towards citizens, just like us, regular people. I think that it's just absolutely absurd to think otherwise. And I'm not talking about city council members putting their money. I'm talking about just us as citizens as a whole, city council members, we should work together and not be apart. So, if you're asking citizens to spend money out, not you as a city council. I'm just referencing like if there's a city council member. But if you live and you watch our city decline, if you live here and you watch the city decline, and then let's say if we move, what will we do if if a city council member is asking citizens
Ms.
not
Delon,
to, yes,
Ms. Delon, Ms.
yes,
Delon,
can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, that is your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. But that's all I was going to
Thank
say
you.
is
Yes,
yes,
ma'am.
that's
Thank
all I
you.
was going to say. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Delon, can you please give your address for the record, please?
I will not, however, but if someone would like to meet me somewhere or get in touch with me, I'm willing to give them my phone number and I'm willing to meet them somewhere. That'll be totally fine, but I won't give it for a
Yes,
Zoom
ma'am. Thank you.
call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other persons online?
Hey, Mayor.
Hello, Haley,
Yeah,
name and address for the record, please.
it's Haley Winkleman, no address today. I just wanted to speak a little bit.
You go ahead, Ms. Haley, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to speak a little bit about, we have to do what we have to do to keep the city afloat and to keep things running as far as raising taxes. There's not just as I looked at the budget, I did, and I don't see 900,000 being cut from there. However, I want to know, as a citizen, I want to make sure that my taxpayer dollars are being spent responsibly and as effectively as possible. And I took a look at that police department overtime budget, and it in the last 4 years, and this includes year to date today, that's not the whole year yet. we're somehow 787,992 over our allocated budget. And I did that at an average pay of $70,000 a year for officers. That is 15,609 hours of overtime. We could have hired other officers. We could have bought new vehicles. We could have done many, many things other than pay all that money in overtime. We're a town of 20,000 people. That we need to use our resources at better than this, because the police department doesn't have one vehicle that's less than 10 years old. That means we're going to be needing to give them new police cars here very soon. They're needing a new police department. I'm not comfortable giving them a dime. This is how they're capable of managing budgets and money. So, with that being said, that's all I have this evening, and I hope you have a great day.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Haley. Any other persons online?
No, sir.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Let's move to those that are here before us. When you approach, before you speak, so that you can get all of your time, please make sure you see the 3 minutes, on the timer. That way you can get your full 3 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Brian Getches. Welcome, Brian. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Brian Getches. I live at 1127 Mainland Drive in Texas City. I have friends and relatives that live here in Lamarque. I'm not here to talk about the tax increase. I'm here to talk about corruption. And I want you to understand, corruption does not have to be criminal. Every one of us in this room have led to this corruption. We have allowed it to happen. Corruption can be criminal, dishonest, or fraudulent. I think one of those three fits what we're going through. Next, we have chaos. Man, you talk about confusion and disorder. That's everywhere. That's every department in Lamarque right now. Everyone's worried. None of us know where we're going. There is a lack of transparency. And next is the conundrum. Nobody knows where we're going. We've brought in an expert, and as a retired police officer, I don't expect her to look at anything criminal. She's to look for money, where the total went and how do we bring it back. She's got a difficult road. None of them, if we're asking them to look at criminal charges, that shouldn't be anything she has to do with. She's got to straighten it out, set the canoe down the river. That's her job. Our job is, in my mind, a forensic audit. There is. If anyone in here doesn't think $4 million shortfall deserves a forensic audit, what are we thinking? I have no idea what anyone would think if you're missing $4 million. And I don't care if it's criminal, but it's fraudulent. You, by every one of you, have said you've been misled. That's fraudulent corruption. It's dishonesty. And we allowed it. We allowed it. You allowed it. We didn't pick the best candidates. We found out. I've heard several of you say, we wanted this, but we didn't get it. Hell, that's our job. Get it. She said, if the city manager didn't do what you want, fire him. Do it. We got to hire the best possible person for the job ahead of us. And man, what a road we got ahead of us. I don't know what millions are. I can't count millions, but I know we're missing millions, or it was spent on something that we don't know. And if anybody wants to blame the police department, that's not a good starting point. They all tried the best they could. They've been given directions by several different people, including the city council. No matter what you say, if you say it publicly, they hear it. And man, how do you judge what the chief says, what the mayor says, what the city manager says? They're in a difficult spot. And to say you should hire more police officers, tell that woman to come on the board and help hire more policemen. You'll see it can't be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Nicholas, is it Roki or Roke? Where are you? Welcome, sir. I'm sorry, is it Roki or Roke? Roki, welcome. Name and address for the record.
1535 Newman Road. All right, well, I stand before you once again to protest the city's critical funding plan and tax increase under ordinance 2025, 18, and 19. We were told the adopted rate is not greater than the voter approval tax rate. What a joke. The fiscal year 2024 audit was only released today, 6 months past, approximately 6 months past the 180-day legal deadline. And after this council already voted for the tax increase. Under local government code, chapter 103, subsection 1 requires an annual audit. Subsection 3 requires it to be filed by the 180th day and made public. And subsection 5 states that without compliance, the municipality may not adopt an ad valorem tax rate that exceeds the municipality's no new revenue tax rate. This means when you voted for the tax increase, you did so while the city was out of compliance with state law. That makes this action not just bad policy, but legally defective and statutorily prohibited, regardless of the process followed under tax code chapter 26. I now call on the city to disclose whether the Attorney General has made a determination regarding this audit failure. If you can't answer, well, here's the complaint I filed with the Attorney General regarding that. And what does this long delayed audit show? Exactly what residents have been warning about. The general fund ended with a deficit. Salaries and payroll costs increased significantly. Reliance on temporary grants and one-time revenues continued. Court fine revenues are projected to jump from $431,000 in 2024 to nearly $700,000 in 2026, a troubling dependence on punitive revenue. The audit confirms fiscal mismanagement, not stability. The city still has not shown it exhausted non-tax revenues, including the $10 million in certificates of obligation, and the tiers reports for 2023 and 2024 remain absent from the city's transparency page and not found within the comptroller's public portal. Yet another violation under Texas Tax Code 311. The truth is plain. Fiscal year 2024 audit was late. The tax increase was adopted while the city was in violation of Chapter 103, and the audit itself confirms deficits, rising payroll, and over-reliance on unstable revenues. These failures are not isolated. They represent what appears to be the end of the line for the city's fiscal credibility. Without forensic audit and direct state oversight, Marque cannot restore trust and stability. The time for intervention is now, and my petition to the state of Texas, here it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Michael Adams. Welcome, Michael. And name and address for the record.
Michael Adams, 1428 23rd Avenue North, Texas City. I'm also here, and I'm not talking about the tax increase. I am here to talk about something I think would benefit the citizens of Lamarque, its businesses, and the city of Lamarque. I'm here on behalf of a company called 1727 Main Street LLC. They're the ones who have started renovating the apartments on Main Street, 1727 Main Street. Little background, they got a permit about a little over a year ago to start the construction, and they got an extension until May 1 of this year. They started working on it. They needed some more time. In May, they applied for another extension. They were turned down by the Building Standards Commission and actually were put on the demolition list to demolish the building. We have been trying to work with the city and sit down and talk with the folks that we need to talk to, whether it be the fire marshal, the city manager, whomever, to try to work this thing out so we could get a permit, get back to work and finish it and get, 64 newly renovated apartment units for the residents of Lamarque, and also increase the tax base, which at this point in time, I think would only be beneficial to the city. A lot with newly renovated apartments on it are a lot more valuable than an empty lot that just had a building demolished. So we have been trying to sit down since May to do it. For whatever reasons, we weren't able to do that. So as a last resort, we did file a lawsuit against the city. But I did have a good talk with Mr. Booth here right before the meeting started. And I think, we're taking a big step toward trying to get this thing resolved, trying to get this dispute resolved. We're not interested in litigation, really. It doesn't help anybody except the lawyers usually. And we want to move forward. And we think that this can be a win-win Team Lamarck type thing. If we can get this permit issued, if we can get these issues ironed out, as I understand it, mostly it's a fire suppression system. That's the big hurdle. We can get this thing finished. We can get these apartments put up. We can get them leased out to folks. Get them good affordable housing, raise the tax base. It's already been raised from 2.5 million as the value to 4 or 5. I can't remember. But anyway, so it'll only go up more after that. So once it's finished. So hopefully we'll be able to sit down. Mr. Booth we're going to set up a meeting next week to sit down with the folks at the city. Hopefully we can try to work it out, but I just wanted to bring it to y'all's attention, and hopefully we can get this thing worked out, have this win-win situation for the city, and have it benefit everybody, the city of Lamarck, my client, the residents of Lamarck and its businesses. And thank you very much for y'all's time and attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael.
Miss Holly, when that's set, please inform me, because there's been several, I've been left out of the communication for over 1.5 years, and that is in my district. So please make sure that I'm notified of any meetings.
We got it. We got it, Mr. Long.
Appreciate that so much.
Justin McDonald. Welcome, Justin. Name and address for the record, please.
Be there. Thank you.
Justin McDonald, 3 Pine Circle, Lamarque. Young man back here that I haven't met before pretty much took all my steam, but we've got legal implications here regarding the tax hike. We haven't managed our money correctly. Why are you going to manage more of it better? This is wrong. This needs to stop. Needs to go away. Need to take information from Mr. Michitek, if that's right. He seems to be pretty knowledgeable about this. He's been on the council with you guys for a long time. So if what he says is right, then we need to use that $10 million, not raise taxes. You just raised the water funds last year, but now we're doing it again. Well, you didn't spend that money very well. So, it's not one person I'm talking to, it's everybody up here, right? So I said it the other night, this is wrong. You need to do something else. You need to find another way to do this.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Thank you, Justin. Mr. James DeWalt. Welcome, James. Name and address for the record, please.
Name is James, Pearl Street. That's all I'm gonna give you. I'm not gonna give you my address because I don't need no complications over there. First thing, I do support the tax hikes, a little bit, but over there where I live off Pearl Street, I don't have no street signs. We ain't got no street lights. We got, I don't know how many potholes over there. We can't even get them fixed, but you want to raise the taxes. Every time I bring it up to somebody about our neighborhood, the street lights, signs, all that, we don't get no answer. We just going round and round in a circle about this. But I guarantee you go in some of these other neighborhoods over here, I guarantee they got street lights. I'm not a, let me say it properly. I'm not a racist or nothing like that, but you go in these white neighborhoods, they got street lights, brand new streets. They got everything they need. But over here in Pearl, so everybody think it's the hood over there. We ain't got no crime over there. We just want some street lights. We want the streets fixed. Okay, business wise, me and my wife want to open up a business in Lamarque because, I grew up here and she grew up here. But we changed our mind. We're not going to put our business in Lamarque because there's no revenue. The taxes are so high and the rent in these buildings you got over here, these new buildings, that's too high. There's no revenue coming. So why would we put our business here? So we're going to take our business somewhere else. Another thing I've been asking a lot of people too about businesses in Lamarque. They don't want no business in Lamarque. No reason why is they talking about your officers around here, they just sit on the side of the road waiting for everybody to, leave the business, whatever at night, and they got to worry about getting stopped. That's why they ain't putting their business in Lamarque. Only thing we got in Lamarque is corner stores and liquor stores. That's it. We ain't got no food establishment. We ain't got nothing for the kids to do. The YMCA, no after school programs. We ain't got anything. So we got to do something. And then you wonder why all these kids getting locked up. Ain't got nothing to do. Fine example. 2 14-year-olds broke in my car at 4 o'clock in the morning. I come outside gun point, helmet gun point. Police officer told me, we can't do nothing to him because it's not your car. It's my daughter's car. She just had a baby. She live in Houston. So he was like, well, we can't take him to jail or juvenile until you talk to her. So I had to call my daughter about 15 times, 4 o'clock in the morning before she finally answered the phone. So that's another thing. Police department, you talking about building $17.5 million? That's a lot of money, man. You can build a police department from Voshea all the way to the College of the Main. Why you need $17.5 million to build a police department? You ain't gonna hold them for 3 people at a time, and then you're gonna take them to Galveston. Right, right. And that's right behind my mother's house right there on Marque. Them seniors over there don't want their jailhouse right there. I guarantee you, once you put that up to vote, it ain't gonna pass. I'm gonna make sure it don't pass because my mother stayed right there, and I don't want no jailhouse behind my mother's house. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, James. Mr. Mark McGaffey. Welcome, Mark. Name and address for the record, please.
Mark McGaffey, Downey Drive. Well, after that gentleman, wherever he is back, that's just too hard to follow. And I completely support everything he says. I'm a simple person, just inherited my parents' property. I lost the 65 and over exemption, lost the homestead exemption. This year, we're going to be able to get by, but what about next year? And to me, you know, if me as a person goes to the bank and keeps asking the bank for money, pretty soon the bank's going to go, well, you didn't spend it wisely. Why are we going to give you some more? And the bank's going to cut me off. And that's what I feel until, if you're going to ask people for money, show where the rest of it went. I mean, you got to show where all this money was spent, and nobody's doing it. And then my second part is the railroad over there on the golf course. I'm not against it. I know that basically the railroad has got the city bent over a barrel. I get it because of litigation. I don't know who was on council. I think you may have been here. I don't know who else was on council at the time the litigation happened. But the thing is I read some paperwork where they wanted to build a business park. Maybe if there was a little transparency and you would tell the citizens that are going to be affected on the property, I'm 1,000 feet from the property, not 200, but you know, let them know that it's a business park. Leonard Payne was here at the zoning thing. His concern is they're going to park rail cars back there, empty cars that carry all kinds of contaminants or whatever. I know Gus got up and said, well, they can't do this, this, and this. The railroad is governed by the government. That's the first problem. But the issue is if we could find something, you know, to figure out what they're going to do with it. Yeah, they're going to build different things to block the smell and whatever. 9 months out of the year, we get a southwesterly breeze. And it's funky. If it's going to be coming off the railroad tracks. The beach area ain't bad, but you mix the rail cars in there, the empty tank cars, it's going to be bad. And I also saw that, you know, basically the railroad folks told you, hey, if you don't give us this, then we're just going to put railroad tracks out there and do whatever we want because we're governed by the government. You can't do nothing. Basically, the city has been over. If they would just be a little more transparent, maybe they could get some folks on their side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Robert Mistich. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record, please.
Robert Mitch, 24 North Curlew. Last council meeting, I sent y'all a possible scenario to avoid this tax hike. Well, I've kind of dug into it a little bit more. And Ms. Holly and I have exchanged some emails that I'm sure y'all have seen today, and it got posted to social media, and it included Mr. Compion and Mr. Lowry. Now, I've asked for the copies of that $10 million of COs that were authorized. But there's no copies. You said that you were sending them to Mr. Compion. Be very careful about that. That's what you said. Because I asked for them. I wanted them dated. I wanted to see when they were issued and to what financial institutions. Because you said they were, well, Mr. Nebo, I'm sorry he's not here today, said they couldn't be rewritten. You know, they're singular use purpose. Well, the COs depend on when you write them and when. You haven't issued them yet because you can't produce the copies. So my suggestion to you is to make a motion and you reduce that tax rate to go back to the 39 cent. And then on the next meeting, you modify those 10 million to reduce it by the amount that you need to make up for the budget and the reserve, whatever you want to say. And then you make another item to create a CO if you want to keep it all legal. But that water board loan that you guys made from the water fund only requires that you have the capacity to pay the loan back. It does not say that you have to go out and issue $10 million of COs that at any time when you start to write them, you can put down whatever project you want. Talk about fraud. I'm sick of it. You've got a way out. You've got plenty of borrowing capacity. And in fact, that gives you enough to build a police station and take care of those water line replacements. We got a lot of things to do in this city and they're not getting done. Miss Holly, I gave it to you. You can smirk all you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Elizabeth Turner. Welcome, Miss Elizabeth. Elizabeth, name and address for the record, please.
Elizabeth Turner, 2010 Howell Avenue, Lamarck. It's my second time. I went home, I finished the first meeting. I stayed with it till about midnight. Gave me a lot to think about. Here's my deduction. Congratulations for making the front page of the Galveston Daily News. They listed 2.8 million in the article, but they rounded off the Lamarck title at a cool 3 million. Congratulations. That's my tenure it's on display now. In thinking about my first appearance, I watched the entire meeting. Here's the facets I got out of it. I understand everybody's anger back here with it as well. We all got little different facets. Self-respect. I was raised for self-respect. I don't see it amongst y'all. I don't see any self-respect. And that's where it starts right there. Number two, respect among each of y'all is number two. Number three, respect all these constituents who showed up here tonight. But you can see by the time it gets to us, there is no respect at all. None whatsoever. All this topical rhetoric amongst yourself, you've missed the mark. You've even lost the focus on this mission altogether. Ask me what my faith is in you right now. I'm so glad I have an awesome God that I have all my faith in right now. Communicating or sharing data between districts to push improvements between each other. How many of you can raise your hand and actually say that y'all communicate with each other? Try to help resolve district to district problems. Falls on deaf ears, I bet. If you have a city employee in management unable to perform their job, I suggest you stop the waste immediately. I worked in the medical field for my career, and anytime anything came to a halt or was not completed or budgets not met, I had licenses too, Medicare, Medicaid, Blue Cross. They could all yank at any time they wanted to because I wasn't meeting my guidelines. Stop the madness, people. Put your foot down. Find that God-given talent you got between you and start talking to each other. Find out where all these problems are. Also, page 7 of the report by Brooke Watson and Company, the CPA, you listed the GLO dash Ike. It's GLO Harvey. Ike was 2007. So correct your CPA company in their findings as well. But I already knew that money was already missing.
Miss Turner, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bo Hunter. Welcome, Bo. Name and address to the record, please.
Bo Hunter, 2613 Lake Park Drive. Been a resident of Lamarque for 57 years. I'm proud of it. what I'd like to do today is, introduce the, city council and the, city manager about some of the problems I'm having, or not I'm having, but we're having on Lake Park Drive. My address is 2613, and the resident I'm talking about is 2609. At that residence, we have two gentlemen that's living there. They've been there about, maybe about a little bit less than a year. They have 10 vehicles. And if I would like, or get them,
Yeah, you can give them to Ms. Lot. I'll give you 5 seconds over the buzzer to reclaim your
I
time.
don't need 3 minutes. It ain't gonna take me long. Okay, now yesterday I met with the code officer, the city code officer. She came out there and she looked, and she informed me that as long as the vehicles are registered to the owner of the home, there's no restrictions. And what I'm asking is that they've got 10 vehicles. If you look at the picture, we got 6 vehicles on the driveway, 2 vehicles in the street, and 2 motorcycles. Now, you only have two people living at that residence. What if they want to bring in 5 or 6 more vehicles? That place looks like a salvage yard. And it's also a distraction. We think it's a safety habit. I mean, a safety restriction also. So what I'm asking, or what we're asking, if the city can go and look at your city codes and make some modification, because right now, we don't approve of what the city is allowing. Have everybody looked at the pictures? Anybody have any questions?
We probably have a lot of questions, Mr. Hunter, but we can't respond back in citizens'
Okay,
request.
I'm giving you 2
Yes,
minutes
sir.
back, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. All right. I'm gonna need some help here. Forgive me if I mispronounce your name. Is it Verda L. Thompson? Welcome, Ms. Verda. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon
Good afternoon.
to the mayor and the representatives on the city council. My name is Verda Thompson. I'm off of Jackson Street. And I just moved in this area from Austin, being there 40 years. And I worked at the University of Texas at Austin for almost 15 years, dealing with their budgets. And I was a senior administrative associate and an assistant to executive. But the reason I'm coming is because I purchased a house over there off of Jackson. And when I moved here, the streets, I was like, what's going on? But then when I called the city, they did come out and patch them. But then after we have large rains or whatever, it goes out. But I want to mimic on some of the things. I'm here because of the tax increase. I know that Governor Abbott decreased our taxes in Austin because I have a home there. And I'm a Section 8 landlord in several cities. And so I do know that people that are on disability and fixed income, this will really hurt them with the tax increase, only because they are, like I said, on a fixed income, and it will increase the rents. It will also increase the ability that the HUD would be able to provide for the different clients. And I know right now, I just want to say that I know people make mistakes, but you got to catch them fast, because I dealt with the Department of Defense, NASA, and Department of Energy and Fusion Research Center out of MIT. You can't let an employee sit there all the time. I have a degree in business management and a degree in a master's in education. And so I just need to let you know that you got to catch that. It can't just go up to the millions and millions and millions, because I had a police escort every day to take me to the bursar's office and deposit those checks. And then we had a double checking accounting system to where if I made any kind of mistake, somebody else gonna catch it, you know. And I heard this on the news about the big deficit here at Lamarck. I said, oh Lord, I hope they don't increase my taxes because I am disabled. One thing I'm gonna say is that I just had a kidney transplant 2 months ago. And when Mr. DeWalt called me, I said, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna go. This is my very first meeting, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verda. Mr. John Kent. Welcome, John. Name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, no. John Kent, 157 Lower Brondo. I wanted to address a few things. Accountability is one thing. You're asking everybody here for more money. What guarantees are we gonna have that this isn't gonna happen 1 year from now? We're at the same position. And say it gets through. Are you gonna give the money back once it's all balanced? Or are you just gonna keep getting more and more, spending more? We had no guarantees. That's not good. That's accountability. That's where audits come in. That where people, another is employees. Audit, not their pay, their time. Is their time being spent well? They represent us. They built our city. They maintained our city. Is it being maintained correctly? If not, get rid of them. There's plenty of people that want a job. The city council, anybody here, if you can't do your job or don't want to do your job, let somebody else do it. Resign. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Mr. Brandon Kentowski. Welcome, Brandon. Name and address for the record, please.
Brandon Kentowski. I live on Oak Lawn. Spoke with y'all on Monday. Sorry, my service got interrupted. That's the darkness that's here in this city. They don't want me to talk. But there is a darkness, and it's still here. Even though the other clown got ousted out, there's still some type of darkness here. In my case, I can't get a body cam footage because it says they have license plates and VIN numbers in it. I was told that the city doesn't have the capability to redact videos, body cam footage. I don't know how true that is, but if that's the truth, that's a part of darkness. If I can't get that body cam footage to show how the officers have been treating me, and this is why I speak up against the police. It is what it is. Ain't nobody gonna hide when the light turns on. Nobody. You said you can't hold them accountable. I'm gonna hold them accountable. Nobody is I'll say safe, but nobody is gonna be in the darkness no more. All right. So it's a real problem. Thank you, Merriman. He's gonna get that fence taken care of, at least the taller part, but it's in the front yard still, which is in the code book. You can't have a screen fence in your front yard. He says he can't do nothing about that, but because he wasn't in control of it and this and that, so it just gets swept under the rug. But Tanya, congratulations. I haven't spoke to you since that day. We haven't met yet, but I will want to be getting a business card from you. I'm going to email you everything that transpired. So maybe you can take it to the city attorney, but he's not here. So, and I'll let you know what my actions are moving forward with that. I don't know why he wanted to hide on the day I wanted to call him out. I'm not calling him out, but I'm just going to tell him, you know, hey, this is what I want to do. And we need to start with holding ourselves accountable. I ain't doing everything that I need to be doing in my finances, so I can't talk about nobody over here doing nothing in their finances and overspending, chief. He ain't even listening. They don't even want to listen, but they will hear us. If we keep talking as a people, they will hear us. Chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Mr. Rashard Loftus. Welcome, Rashard. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. So I want to touch back on something that I mentioned last week, and it's about the chaos in this city, right? As long as we got chaos, we're gonna always have problems, because chaos and dysfunction go hand in hand. And we've had chaos in this city for a long time, but here in the last 5 years or so, it just got worse. And the cancer keeps growing and growing, and then it affects the staff, the community. And until we get rid of chaos, we're gonna continue to have that. So you can't have staff doing their job when council and the city manager's office are not doing their job. I've asked for a couple documents to check up on a few things, and what I found was really disturbing at best, and that's just a little small portion of it. But then we got a whole packed house of people here talking about the money. When you go to talking about people's money, this is what you're gonna get right here, a full house. When we ain't talking about the money, ain't nobody here. I said that last Monday. Ain't nobody in this building but a few people. I could count them on one hand. But last 2 meetings, full house, because it's chaos, because the money missing or not, or mismanaged or not. But then I want to talk about people saying corruption. Yeah, there is a whole bunch of different types of corruption. And I can recall one instance. It may have not have been corruption, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Talked about gas cards. I remember when there was a previous mayor sitting in that seat right there who drove around with a city vehicle using the city credit card, but nobody paid attention to that. But I'm quite sure that was against the city charter. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Thank you, Rashard. Again, ladies and gentlemen, those that are here with us in person, and those that are online, we thank each and every one of you for your comments. And certainly we as a council will take those comments into consideration as we move forward with our discussion on tonight. Your voice matters, your comments matter, and certainly we will try to incorporate those into all of our discussions and our deliberations on tonight.
Mayor.
Hey, we got one more, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harvey. Welcome.
Hey, appreciate it. I didn't plan on giving a comment, but I'm not going to give my address. It seems to be pretty consistent that I get harassing mail around here. And I know who it is. I've been blaming Councilman Lowry for it. And he always says that I have a lot of enemies, that it can't be him. And, you know, that is kind of true. But then when you think about the whole group of people that continuously get harassing mail, like me and Carl Beard and maybe Miss Yancey, and I know other people get harassing mail, there's only one common denominator, and that is Councilman Joseph Lowry. So we all know it's him. I'm not going to give my address because of that, even though everybody already knows where I live. But like I said, I wasn't even planning on making a public comment. That's why I'm coming in late. But I heard that gentleman in the beginning saying you cannot cut police funds. And then I saw how excited Councilman Lowry got. He was basically drooling over that guy's words. So I figured I needed to say something real quick. There are plenty of ways to save money in the police budget. Many officers right now are out driving around, wasting gas and looking for crime, looking for minor violations, stopping people for expired registration, walking on the wrong side of the road, or not having bicycle lights. Doesn't make any of us safer. It's just burning up gas and taxpayers' money. We don't need 3 officers showing up in 3 different cars, wasting gas money for an expired registration. Again, that's a waste. That's not public safety. Police should only be dispatched for real crimes. It's my opinion they should stay at the police department. Only dispatched for real crimes like assaults, threats, burglaries, car accidents, emergencies. Police should only be used for emergencies, and that will save a lot of money. Think about how the fire department operates. Firefighters don't drive around looking for fires. If they did, they would be so bored, it's my opinion, they would probably start starting fires. They wait at the station until they're called for a real fire, a real emergency, and then they get in their trucks and use gas and use resources, and they report to that emergency. If the police department followed that same model, we would save a ton of money and improve focus on true public safety and not harassment. That's my opinion. That's all I got. Thank you again, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Anyone else online? Again, as we said before, we thank each and every one of you for your comments, and we pray that we're able to take those comments into consideration tonight as we continue to deliberate and resolve the issues before us. Item 5, public hearing. Conduct a public hearing to hear public input on 5.1 ordinance number letter O-2025-0018, making appropriations for the support of the city of Lamarque for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating money into a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness, and adopting the annual budget for the city of Lamarque, Texas for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. Item 5.2. Ordinance number letter O-2025-0019, levying ad valorem taxes for use in operation for the municipal government of the city of Lamarque, Texas for the 2025-2026 tax year, providing for appropriating each levy for a specific purpose, and providing when taxes shall become due and when the same shall become delinquent if not paid. A tax rate of 0.452161 per 100 valuation has been proposed by the governing body of the city of Lamarque. Maintenance and operations, the M&O portion of this tax rate is 0.336908 per 100. The entrance and sinking tax rate, the debt is 0.115253 per 100 for a proposed total tax rate of 0.452161 per 100. The special called meeting will cease at 6:57. The public hearing will begin at 6:57. Are there any persons online or before us tonight wishing to speak to item 5.1? Any persons online or in person tonight that seek to speak to item 5.1? One more time. Any persons online or in person before us tonight that wish to speak to item 5.1? Hearing none, let's move now to item 5.2. Are there any persons online or in person before us that wish to speak to item 5.2? I see you, Mr. Mishich, you may approach.
Robert Mitch, 24 North Curlew. This is pretty much what I just said a few minutes ago. This public should not be held accountable for the mismanagement that has come through this council. And I'm being this council. They can't afford it. Yeah, my taxes are frozen. But most of them aren't in this city. They can't afford it. And what about the people that own businesses? A 14% increase, any increase. Now, I've given you the solution. You can rewrite some things in the authorizations. That does not have to be done before October 1st. And you can reduce that tax rate tonight so that there is no tax increase. And you can replenish your reserve fund and your budget shortfalls that you say there is. Okay, All that can be done. And then the money will start coming in January to repay those short-term loans. All this scenario that I have provided will work. There is no fraud in that. Let's be clear about that. But folks, this is on you and you. Yeah, laugh.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you. Thank you. Any other persons wishing to speak to item 5.2, online or in person? Again, one more time. Any other persons wishing to speak? Are you speaking to item 5.2? It has to be on item 5.2, Mr. Kantowski.
Kinda.
It has to be on 5.2.
Because I don't understand the language and I don't know exactly, you know, I got a reading comprehension problem. if
No, I
Anybody
understand.
wants to know. But, this is talking about raising the taxes, right?
Yes,
Right.
yes,
So is there a solution? Like, I mean, he spoke about his solution, right?
yes.
So there's a solution, if the person who went over budget, right? Went over budget on the things, and then all of a sudden we see what all they got. Why don't they sell those things that they got and then make up and pay that back, right? I
Right.
mean, is that not speaking to this?
Yes, yeah, that's
Okay.
speaking of
I
this.
just thought it would, you know, it's like kids, you know, they go spending money on the credit card online, and then next thing you know, parents come home, oh, you spent all this money. No, we want our money back. Go sell everything you bought. Huh.
Yeah.
Seems easy to me. He wants an armored truck. Sell it to him.
Thank you, Mr. Kantowski. Mr. Osteen, I see you.
Thanks, Overseen 2012, Joe Donna. I wasn't gonna say nothing tonight, but I think I will. The citizens have really lost confidence in their council. And, I've heard them at 2 meetings now, and, I think we got good leadership up there. I just think y'all wasn't paying attention because you put too much trust in some of the horrors that y'all had. I'm gonna agree, let's leave the tax rate where it's at, and y'all show them what y'all can do and be leaders and get us out of this mess and redeem yourselves. I think y'all can do that, and you listen to some people out here that's got experience, that'll go a long ways to helping y'all get this thing under control, but show them what y'all can do, because I know y'all can get it done. Bill, I've worked with you a long time, but y'all got to take control of it. Don't depend on your hard help.
Thank you, James. Yes, yes, ma'am. You may approach. Welcome, Ms. Jackie.
First of all, I want to say I'm not here to blame any of y'all for what happened. What happened here was real simple. We have too much going on with a low budget that everyone wanted. We had an overextended city. When the water main breaks, are we gonna call and say, oh, well, can't send anybody over there? City manager had to let the guy go home. Is that really what we want? No, we want the problem fixed. That's the real issue here. Everybody wants everything, but nobody wants to pay for it. So our past city manager had to figure out how to get it done. I am so confident in you with your everything that you have done, and I know you can fix whatever problem, and I know a new city manager can come in and take over and we'll be fine. As far as blaming the police officers for the problem, they're not the problem. Before they came in, we had gunfire. We had wild gunfire. We don't want to go back to that. We don't. Please, I'm not blaming them. They're not to blame. If Chief Oregon had to have overtime hours because we needed the officers. Like Brian said, it's not easy to hire them. They're not easy to hire. So we do what we have to do. So there's no, myself, am not putting any blame. I think each and every one of you, even you, have done what you're up here to do. And that's all I can say. I support everybody. Everybody up here. Everybody was elected. You were brought in. I think everything's gonna be fine. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Jackie. Anyone else to item 5.2? Yes, ma'am.
Thompson on Jackson Street. I was just gonna say, it probably wouldn't be so bad on the proposed tax rate if, I know when I purchased my house, it was like 160-some thousand. But if it goes, the following year, it went up to 225,000. So if it keeps going up, this is gonna really affect it, you know? So it has to be a balance somewhere. And I think, I don't think the city council will do that. I think the Galveston tax assessor's office will handle that. But if it's not about some kind of balance, you're gonna be paying a whole lot of money out. Because my house keep appreciating. And so that's what real estate does. And so that's all I have to say.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Berta. Anyone else to item 5.2? Mr. Brown, are you getting up to speak? You may approach. Welcome.
I'm not gonna be up here long, and I've heard everybody speak on this issue, and I agree. I agree with not raising taxes. You know, you have the elderly here, the single people here, and I think you need to call in the Texas Rangers and the FBI, because this city cannot go forward without that happening and let the chips fall where they lay. You know, you have to call in the Texas Rangers. You have to, or the FBI, one of those two, and get the job done. We can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Anyone else to item 5? Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
And I wasn't planning on to speak, but I'm listening to everyone's concerns. It seems like a lot of people don't want that tax rate to be increased. I'm one of those two. I agree with Nick, what he said earlier, and a lot of the other people here in this community. I just feel like there needs to be more cohesiveness, more teamwork to figure out a better plan versus putting the fault back onto the residents. I just don't think that's fair. But I do think coming up with a solution, working together, being very transparent, kind of off-putting when people say I'm being transparent, because I'm like, are you really? But really just working together, being a team, coming up with a better plan to figure out how to get business here, right? Because that would bring in better revenue for the city. So coming up with better plans, strategic plans, realistic plans and goals, so that we don't find ourselves back in this situation. But that's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Item 5.2. Yes, sir, Mr. Nick. Do you want to approach? And let's see, Mr. Booth, in public hearing, are we able to
It's
speak?
up to you if you want to.
Okay, we'll see if we can try to help, Mr. Nick.
It's just one question. I asked it during the speech. Do you have that determination from the Attorney General?
I have not received anything. We as council are volunteers. Let's ask administrative staff. Ms. Holly, have you received anything from the Attorney General?
No, we have not. What we heard from Gus at the last meeting is that the law that was cited does not come into effect until the next budget that is filed. But the council did, before the September 1st deadline, accept the draft audit. And it was the final audit that you got at the last Monday night's meeting. But that would be if Mr. Booth wants to speak to that. They're talking about
I
the,
can speak. This is an open question under Texas law as to what happens in this interim period. Under 103, it's just been adopted. The law was just adopted. The law triggers off of when the Attorney General makes a finding that the city has not complied with this audit provision. It's my understanding that the Attorney General has not made that finding. The law just took effect 25 days ago. I doubt he's made that finding with respect to any city in Texas. So we're in a little bit of a gray area. And that's kind of so there's some secondary materials out there that talk about what could happen or what could not, but this is not, since there is no Attorney General action as of today, I don't believe that the law applies. But it is an open question under Texas law, and I don't think the Attorney General's issued an opinion on it.
So should you seek that determination then, since it is a gray area?
We don't, as a city council, don't have an ability to request a Attorney General opinion. Okay. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I
Yes,
can I say
yes.
something to Nick?
Did you wanna? No, you're fine, Kim.
But that's very good to know because there are new laws that are coming out every 2 years from the state legislature. So what you're basically saying is that is a new law. Our administration needs to be aware of that so that won't happen. But let the record reflect that has not happened because I know that's being said in the community. So since you're out there saying it, please correct it. So people will know that it's something that we have to look for because accountability starts with the community, right? And so I thank you for bringing that to our attention because we don't know unless someone brings it to the council's attention. So thank you for that information for next year.
Mr. McDonald, did you want to approach?
Get back to what he was asking, Justin McDonald, 3 Pine Circle. What is clear, and I read it in there now, we may not have the determination, but what is clear is you have to have the synopsis along with the audit. And if you had a draft, you did not have the final written synopsis. That has to be included with the audit. So that wasn't available until Tuesday. And it wasn't made public till today. So if it wasn't filed with the final draft, the draft didn't have the synopsis. And that's part of the new law. I read that the other night. It's in black and white right there on it. I was reading it Tuesday.
But you're saying it doesn't apply now.
Well, what I'm saying is that Senate Bill 1851 has a provision that says if the Attorney General determines that a municipality has not had its, basically an audit, if he makes that determination, then there is, you're not allowed to, you have to go the no new revenue route. The distinction, and then there's the law also says this act only applies to the adoption for an ad valorem tax rate for a tax year that begins on or after the effective date of this act. So we're talking about a 2025, 2026 tax year. There has been no Attorney General action determining that the city of Lamarck is out of compliance.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It's definitely a gray area, but we have not got, but if you're reading the black and white of the law, there would have to be an Attorney General determination that we've not complied.
Okay.
And I don't believe that, and I have no information that that's happened.
Thank you.
If that answers your question, Councilwoman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 5.2? Yes, ma'am, you may approach. Welcome.
Circle.
Would you say your full name again?
Alice Ramey.
Alice Ramey?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, so I was just wanted to say, I'm okay with a tax increase only because we want our city to become better. You have to pay for it. That's number one. Number two, yes, I would like for everyone to be accountable for whatever happened to the funds or whatever. But there is over policing as well, because they used to sit around 2 and 3 police at one time, just sitting around waiting for just someone speeding. But I'm okay because I know our crime have gotten better in our District A or whatever. It has increased. So, I mean, it has decreased. So we've been much safer, and, good luck to our city and to you all, and, you know, I'm okay with a small tax increase.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Any other persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 5.2? One more time. Any other persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 5.2? Very good. Thank you again for your comments. We are closing this public hearing, Ms. Lott, at 7:14. We are reopening this special meeting at 7:14. And we're moving now to item 6, old business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 6.1, ordinance number letter O-2025-0018, making appropriations for the support of the city of Lamar for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, and ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness, and adopting the annual budget for the city of Lamar for fiscal year 2025-2026. This is the second and final reading. Ms. Holly?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I have a presentation.
Very good.
Okay.
Mr. Ferguson, are you going to become if or when we need you? Okay. Thank you, sir.
So we started this, flip to page 2, please, on a 39.398,501 tax rate. That is what we've been working with. That generates just over $23 million in revenue. Mr. Mayor, we came back in and we have got our expenses to $22,769,201. So we have saved $936,221. And I believe the charge was to save $900,000. I want to thank every department that came through, and they all came through to try to help with this. Next slide, please. And as I told you the last time, on our other funds, the taxpayers have been supporting those funds. The enterprise funds, we have a little over almost 11 million in revenue, but we have 11.6 in expenses. So we're going to have to make up our revenues to the 785,000, because on our current rates, we're upside down. On the enterprise fund, which is, I'm sorry, on the trash fund, we do 2.4 in revenue and 2.6 in expenses. So we're upside down almost 200,000. And so we'll be coming to you for a rate adjustment that's more than just their 5% contractual amount. Next slide, please. So the pennies that we're asking for to pay the short-term debt, in order for us to get a loan to carry the city forward until we start getting our property tax proceeds. If it's a penny, we get 182,000. If it's 2 pennies, we get 364. 3 pennies is 546. 3.5 pennies is 637, and 4 pennies is 728. We're not even going to go into the 5 penny mark. And the reason that we would need that, next slide, please, is we have the loan origination fees that we were given by our public finance is 300,000 to secure the loan, 258 for an interest rate, if we can get a good interest rate, which given the audit gets more doubtful. So that's a total of $558,000. Now, we did save $900,000, but that means that we're really starting with no ability to have any mistake or any hiccup. So we would, I appreciate that the council allowed us to go forward on a 45-cent tax rate. What we would ask you to do is, rather than go to the 45, go either 3 pennies or 3.5 pennies. And that would be roughly $90 on a $150,000 house. annually. All of that money would go straight to the short-term debt. It would not be used for general government. The other item I was asked to provide is if we could go to the police expenses per year. So if you can see in 2022, they were a little over 5 million. And when you get into 2026, we're right at 8 million. So there's been almost a 50% increase in the cost of policing. But as you've heard from your residents, that has been a value to the community in dropping our crime rate. On the fire side, which is fire and EMS, we started in 2022, just over 3 million. And then in 2026, we're under 6 million. And that is what allows your ISO rating to be lower because you have a paid fire department. You have an EMS that has a really good response time so that you're less likely to die of a heart attack or of any other emergency that could happen. But if you're going to carry those kind of services, you do need a tax rate to support it. The next one is general government. That's also gone up, and I think that's something that we need to be looking at. We were over 6 million in 2022, approaching 10 million, and this is taking out police and fire in 2026. So the history of Lamarque's taxes since 2022 are, we started at 55 cents in 2020. So 6 years ago, we had a 55-cent tax rate. That stayed the same in 2021. In 2022, I believe, was the rollback, and that dropped that rate to 46 cents. In 2023, it dropped to 41 cents. 2024, it dropped to 39 cents. And this would show you if we went to the full 45, which we're not suggesting, then you would still be less than you were in 2022. To give a comparison, Dickinson has a tax rate of 0.625, which includes both the city and the municipal utility district, or otherwise known as a MUD, which has a 25-cent tax rate. Hitchcock is 54 cents. Texas City is 48 cents, and we were at 39. So when people are talking that our tax rate is higher, we are not. We are the lowest of any of the communities in this area that we touch. So we do have a balanced budget at the 39-cent rate. We do need to be able to rebuild the debt service, impact fees, park fees, all the things that got bundled up into the single pooled cash. It will not be used to support general government, but only to pay for the short-term loan to keep the lights on. And rather than the 6 pennies that we had come to you at the outset, we can get by on 3. We would prefer 3.5. And that covers both the budget as well as the tax rate. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Very good. We've finished that part of the citizens' participation. That was part of the public hearing. And so at this point, the discussion will turn toward the dais. Those 5 members of the council will have this discussion. Thank you, though, for your willingness. Who wants to go first?
I'll go, Mayor. One of the frustrating things before I was on council, and I keep hearing it again today, is it's only during the tax rollback, which often gets blamed, but what the citizens decided that's what they wanted. But we always heard it's only a cup of Starbucks. It's only. The people up here, the elected officials at that time, did not listen to the taxpayers. So we petitioned and won and forced the government to reduce the tax rate. It's only $90. $90 to you is different than $90 to her, Mr. Bell, Mr. Compion, myself, Mr. Booth. $90 is different for every person out there. It's only, they've decided, we've heard the public speak. You know, the rollback being blamed for this issue, however many years later, the public decided that. They said, reduce our taxes. They're saying, keep our tax rate the same. And the lady that spoke up here in the front, she's right. We're going to do a 14% tax increase. That doesn't count your appraisals that are going to come in. If they hit you with 10% on your appraisal, you are getting a 24% hike next year on your taxes. The citizens spoke. Let's work together to keep, they're not even asking to lower the taxes. They're saying just keep it the same. So let's work together as a governing body and just listen to the taxpayers. They said what they wanted. I think we've heard it from enough of them, but we can't just say it's only, because it's only different to him and him and him and him and him. It's different for everybody. So we've heard it for several meetings. Again and again, this is the same stuff happening now is what happened in the rollback. They came and they spoke and they spoke and they spoke and nobody wanted to listen. No governing body wanted to listen, and they were forced to roll back the taxes. So I think we need to listen to the public. They're just saying, hold it, just hold it. We can't compare us to other cities. You can't compare us to Dickinson or Hitchcock. Hitchcock's got brand new schools. We got our schools taken away from us. We can't compare ourselves. We're different. We raise taxes. We need businesses to come here. Businesses are leaving. They're closing. They're going away from Lamarque. You do a 14% hike, you do a hike, it's going to push businesses away even more. We need to reduce taxes or hold the taxes. As a business owner, business owners are going to look at that kind of stuff before they move into a community. I think we need to please listen to the public. Listen to the public. This is the same stuff that happened during the tax rollback, and nobody wanted to listen. Nobody wanted to listen.
Okay,
wait. Are you done?
Yes, sir.
okay.
Ms. Yancy?
I was here doing the rollback. And there was a mistake on the paperwork from this administration. And the certifier was Cheryl Johnson, who did not catch the mistake. So the story is, we've been set up from the beginning since 2021. It went from 55 to 55. Then with the tax rollback, and the tax rollback, there was a lot of misinformation with that tax rollback. But anytime you do a tax rollback, then the city had to give $1 million back to the citizens. That's when things begin to shake. I think it is important to do comparisons and comparables so that we can see what is happening with cities of like size. At the same time, we did more with streets and with crime at a, what was it, 46, 41, I think, Joe, was last year. You warned us. You said we need to do a 41 cents. You were the only one that said 41, we're too low. We're coming down too low. Joe Compion was the only one, because we did listen to our constituents when they said don't raise the taxes, and we did not. And here we are, very tight. It's running very tight. It looks like it's running very tight. We know we still have issues in my district on Duro. Every street costs about, am I right, about $500,000 to fix. We've done a lot in District A to fix roads in District A. Delaney Cove is now one of the safest subdivisions in Galveston County, because we've put about 62% of this last budget into public safety, which if you do a study, which I've been reading and studying and researching, 50 to 70% of all city budgets are about public safety. But because we have such an old infrastructure, in Lamarck, we have to look at that as well. As a person that has to govern and do the best thing for the city, I did request that if we can't do 45, can you, because I know 39 is low. I've talked to some of our other mayors from surrounding cities. I've talked to them, but I also know that we have needs in Lamarck that need to be fixed. We cannot keep throwing it down the road. I think the problem that we have is we have people saying a lot of things that are not true. We are volunteers. We all get $50 a month to do the reading, to research, to talk to the residents. But we also have to govern and listen to the experts, the professionals who say, Yancy, that's too low. She's fresh eyes. She doesn't have it. She's here. She's an interim. She has nothing to lose or gain. She cannot be hired, but she said it's running too tight. And that's why I had to go back and look at what you said, Councilman Compion, about 39 cents being too low. But I'm like you, I do not like raising taxes, but at the same time, we have to govern and do what's best for our city. Now, the thing about what Robert said, please explain that, because there's a lot of misinformation out there.
Mr. Brooks, I may need you on this. The city received almost a $10 million loan from the Texas Water Development Board that they have not issued the COs, and Mr. Mitch is saying that we can repurpose that money and use it to balance the our budget. He did that, also said that with the certificates of obligation. When we talked to our bond counsel, they told us very directly that to do that is fraud and that you cannot do that.
Would you please meet with him one-on-one and explain that to him? And if we have to call our bond counsel on three-way,
Sure.
so that he can hear that for himself, because what he did today was quite rude. That's why I laughed, because he looked at me and Mary Bell like we're the reason for it, and that is not true.
No.
We have to. My degree is in government, so I have to. You're the expert as a city manager. We have to listen to our staff and ask the question and ask to see it, right? But the one thing, the first thing you did that you said, I think you've been here 3 weeks, and you said this is too tight. And because of how many years of experience do you have in city management?
39.
39 years. And I believe you said your husband has experience. How long has he been in city management?
Okay, I think he was 35 before
So
he
you're talking
retired.
about over 50 years of city management experience. Okay. So you're bringing a lot of expertise, and you alerted this council to, hey, there's some issues with your reserves, right? So I need to let the city of Lamarck know, go to your council people, stop listening to what's happening online, because there are people who want to destroy this city. They do. They're lying on me. They're lying on the mayor. They're going after our families. It is ridiculous, the misinformation that is out here. If you want to know, ask to have a meeting with the city manager. Ask to see the numbers. But it's hard for me to look at the citizens when you're talking about the FBI. I agree with you. I think the FBI needs to come in. There's a lot of shady crap going on. And it doesn't have to do just with the finances. It has a lot to do with harassment. And we can't it's hard for our staff to do an amazing job when they're constantly having to work in a hostile environment and in a hostile community. But at the same time, on Duro, we have issues. Am I right, Joe Compion? You live on Duro. We have huge sewer issues. Who fixed that? You have two ways that a city makes money. That's property taxes and sales tax. And you know why businesses are having issues with the market? It has to do with the chaos. My question, if we do the right thing for the city, we are still the second fastest growing city in Galveston County. And businesses they want to come here, but they want to understand what the hell is going on in Lamarck. Because I'm a believer, family business is family business. You don't call the radio stations and the TV stations and make it seem like someone is doing nefarious things. That is horrible and unchristian. And I'm going to ask the people that call themselves a Christian, if you're not going to show the love of Christ, stop saying you're a Christian. Because some of this stuff is horrendous. And I am praying for judgment. Because we are wasting a whole lot of time. Go to her. I trust you and you're over 50 years, with 39 years, and then your husband's, because y'all still together, right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Oh, right, okay. And you're basically saying that you can do 41, 42? You said
Depends,
3
yes.
cents or 3.5?
3 or 3.5, and that would end up being
Write it. and-
43 or would be 42 and change.
42 and change.
Yeah, I can,
And if we keep the tax rate the same, what are our options if we keep it the same? Is there a way, can we get grants? What do we do?
the problem that we heard from Brad Angst with public finance is because the city did not meet its budget obligations for the last 2 years, that the financial institutions have no confidence. And so they won't loan us the money. And
That's what
we're,
the bond council is saying?
yes, ma'am. That's what Brad Angst was saying. And I thought that I sent that out, that we need some flex because we have a budget balanced at 39 cents. The only reason that we would be looking for anything extra is because we need that flexibility in order to get those loans.
So if we keep it at 39 cents, we're in trouble.
We're in trouble, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't know the path forward if we do that.
But at 42.5,
Yeah,
there's a way out.
we can get the loans. We've already, and one thing that I neglected to say is that the EDC has been an incredible bright spot, which really in Lamarck, what I found here as an outsider looking in, you have just a great community. You have great people.
Yeah, you do.
And you had the EDC who immediately stood up to say, whatever we can do, we will do it to help you.
Right.
They're loaning us $1.5 million. We're hoping that we only need $1 million, that we're bringing in about $500,000 a month in sales tax. So for the residents who think that we're putting this all on your backs, please know that we are not. The plan is that we reduced our expenses, we get loans, the EDC has stepped up. The tax increase is a component of what we need to keep the city afloat. And it's not, we mismanaged it. Let's just go out and ask the taxpayers. There's belt tightening going on we've got over 900,000, but every position that is open is frozen. And that started with $500,000. So we have additional expenses that have been cut back.
And because of
We're
inflation.
doing everything that we can to be responsible stewards of the money. We are separating the accounts that had been pooled together that then allowed that all to get spent down. We're asking for a very small tax increase and loans. Just anything that we could touch on that could bring it in is what we're trying to get done.
I yield my time.
Mayor.
Okay, hold on a minute, Ms. Lara, I'll let you back in. Let me see about the other colleagues. Ms. Griffin, Mr. Compion. You defer, Ms. Griffin?
As a representative for District D, I am concerned for my district, just off the cuff because for the past 3 months, I've been doing some audits in the district, and identifying lots of problems, lots of maintenance issues in the district. More so than any of the other districts. And so I am concerned, extremely concerned, for services that we will still need to be able to do in the city to take care of our taxpayers. And I am fearful that services will be impacted by that. Many of the things in our city, like our roads, in any of the districts, over 90% in District D needs some work. And right now, we're spending a lot of time putting in requests to have pothole patches, asphalt patches. We have sidewalks that are broken and hanging over. There are a lot of issues in our district, and right now, we're struggling just trying to get that taken care of. And with what's happening in the city now, I believe keeping it at this current tax rate, I think city services are gonna be impacted. And we need to be thinking of ways so that that doesn't happen. The citizens want to know if we increase this, what are they going to get from it? And I haven't heard a response about that. And so that's my concern for residents. They want to know what they're going to get from us if we move forward with this increase.
That's a good question.
I'll give my time.
Did you want Ms. Holly to answer that now, or did you want to continue council discussion?
We can continue. Council
Ms. Holly, that's something when we yield back to you, we'll get you to answer. Ms. Lowry, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, one of the things that this goes back to, you don't reward. You're throwing their money at our bad deeds, or however you want to say it. And something that was said was, we have to listen to the staff. No. You listen to the taxpayers. We listen to the taxpayers. And
I got you.
they elected us. They tell us what they want. That's the process. Raising the taxes, if they have this money now and it didn't do any good, what's throwing more money at it going to do? I mean, I'm not going to give an employee a credit card if he mismanaged a credit card. You don't do that. You don't do that in private sector. You darn sure don't do that in government. If there's inappropriate stuff, the taxpayers don't even know what happened, but we'll just throw money at it. Just throw money at it. Hey, we'll just throw money at it. Inappropriate. No business in the world would say, hey, you lost a couple $1 million. You don't know where it went. Here's a couple more. There's no logic in that, folks. There's no logic in that. It just, there's no logic. You mismanaged money. You lost it. It was whatever happened to it. You don't know. They don't know. We don't know. It's gone. You don't pour more money into it. When we found out about this, Mr. Compion said something. He said, you go backwards. You go backwards and you find out where the mistake was. You go backwards. And that's what we need. That's what this entire time we should have been doing, is going backwards. And you don't throw money at it. You don't throw money at mismanaged money. You just don't do that. It's not logical. Anywhere in the world would anybody logically think, here, employee, you did wrong by the taxpayers. Here's more money. There's no logic in that. There's no logic in that, folks. Where in the world does that make sense? I understand, and I'm with Ms. Tanya, Mr. Griffin on the roads, the infrastructure, all that stuff matters, but we got to go backwards before we go forward. We need to go backwards and see what happened, what's wrong, give them answers. They're not saying tax decrease. They're just saying hold it. At no point should we be saying, here's more money for bad behavior. I mean, whether you want to call it bad behavior or whatever you want to call it, nefarious activity, not nefarious, fraud, not fraud, the money's gone. It's gone. You don't take more money from them and punish them because of what happened. And that's exactly what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing. They're taking the blunt for what we didn't do right. It's not fair to them. It's our fault. Let's fix this up here and not punish them with a single cent. That's what needs to happen. We need to fix it up here.
Are you done?
Yes, sir.
Are you ready, Joe, or not?
Taking notes.
So Mr. Lowry is saying that there was mismanagement, and I don't know if that's true or not. Was there mismanagement among the fund? Did you find any mismanagement in the?
What we found is that following the tax rollback, the budget did not accommodate an appropriate level of support for public services. And then and the audit has already said it was in our public safety that they overspent by, I think it was $2.8 million. They have already identified that. We had a long presentation on that. So, I mean, in terms of going back, that is the going back that tells you what happened. Now, we don't have it for this year yet because we haven't started the audit yet for this year. So what you had was a budget that was not met, and it should have been met. And the people that sit in my seat and the finance director should have been saying, hey, cut the overtime, do whatever needs to happen, but you have to meet your budget. And that should have happened. But we do know where that money went, and we're not seeing that it was done in anything other than possibly innocence of just not knowing that you have to stick with the budget. And so asking for those additional pennies is not punishing anyone. It's keeping the lights on. It's keeping Lamarck afloat.
So I hear you. So basically you're saying that where we spent the money was in public safety, which we were all wanting for the crime to go down. I mean, the last 5 years, I think we've only had 2 drive-by shootings in Lamarck, and that's great for, because of previous history. And thank you for being kind to say, was it innocence? I don't know. But when you're talking about where it was spent in a place that it provided the service we needed, which was safety.
Yes, ma'am.
But they went over budget. Now, we do, you do, I guess, have to look at that and fix that issue, because we've got to, we want that service, but we got to do it where it makes sense, right?
ma'am.
Where we're not going over. So I want everyone to understand that it's not that anyone made a mistake. We wanted safety, and safety is the issue everyone wants. But we've got to determine, what to do now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So, and when you tell me that we need that money to stay afloat, that lets me know we don't want to, because let's be clear, we all voted for 39 cents before you came. And then when you came, you said, this is not right. This is too low. Based on what the expectations, and because we are a growing city. We're not a city that's dying. We are a city that's growing. I yield my time. Thank you.
Let me jump in and just add a few.
Mary, I'm sorry. Before you do, I just have 2 questions.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is to piggyback off what you said, because I'm hearing what's being said in this room. And when you gave the presentations, you told us where the overages were, the departments that went over their budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we have identified the areas that went over budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just for me, what is it that the residents want to see? I think that's the question I want to ask. Yes. What is it that the residents want to see now that we know that the overage occurred in public safety? What is it that we need to give to the residents to show no corruption, no mismanagement, no... I'm not knowing how to frame that, but I'm just saying this is what I'm hearing in this room, and this is not what we presented to residents. We've given them the departments, like I said, that was over it. So what is it that we need to show
What
them?
else?
Yes.
What else is what you're
Yes.
asking? I got you.
Well, it looks as if that the budget revenue didn't meet, meaning you had a budget here, but your revenue didn't come.
That
to
is
meet it.
correct.
And so that revenue, where was that revenue loss in? But besides the overtime with public safety, where was the revenue loss that didn't come in?
The property taxes, well, most of the revenues were simply overstated. Property tax, like for the year that we're in right now, was listed to come in at 6.2 million. We're going to come in about 5.8.
Oh, wow. So that's
So, and those are not the numbers that would have been given from Ms. Johnson. So, and she's been very helpful in talking through what we can expect. There is a tax ceiling, I think that Mr. Mitch Titch had talked about, that is an additional amount that we can expect, but it's not like you get it late in the game. It's part of the revenue that you're getting typically from January through March. We've calculated all those. We've done the best job that we can professionally to give you accurate numbers.
So basically, if the previous budget, if they budgeted, we're gonna get $6.2 million based on Cheryl Johnson's certification of the tax rolls. But then people protest their taxes and it's not coming in at 6.2 million, but it comes in at 5.8.
That actually should have been known before it was given to you, because we know what the protests are. Somebody just overestimated what we were going to get in property taxes.
Okay.
Overestimated what we were going to get. One of the things that Chief Merriman was talking about is that they added the amount that they would get at $1,500 a game machine, but then it didn't actually bring that ordinance to the council to have that additional revenue realized.
Okay.
So it's those kind of misses that you don't want to see.
Okay.
With, did you want to go?
Yeah. So what you're saying is every penny of mismanaged money went to public safety?
The vast majority of the 2.8, that 2.5?
No.
Is it
2.8.
She said 2.8.
Is it 2.5 or 2.8?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
So,
All right.
so did all of the money? And if you overspent by 2.8 million, that's mismanaged money, correct?
Well, if you think that spending it on police and fire is mismanaged, but I would say no.
But it wasn't in the budget.
That's correct. And so what a responsible city manager would be doing is listening to the police chief, who was telling the manager at the time, we are burning through overtime for various reasons, and we need to start cutting back. And I know the chief has been very responsive about the way that they train the dogs now no longer involves overtime. The way that they're managing the police officers' time when they have to come to a meeting, they're asking them to flex. If you let your department heads be department heads, meaning not you, but me, since the council doesn't have oversight, those things can be resolved, but the manager has to know to ask for it, to demand it. Because I can tell you that the department heads need to be held responsible for their budgets because they were involved in this part of it, and that they will have to hold to that.
But again, every penny that was,
I wouldn't say every penny, Joseph, but I would say the vast majority of it. I'm sorry, Councilman Lowry.
so there is some that's unknown.
I don't know that it's unknown. I couldn't say that, but I could tell you that the vast majority went for public safety. We can get you to the probably dollar accounting on that, but the vast majority was, we see where the expenses are, and that's what the auditor was carefully laying out on Monday night's meeting.
Yeah.
I would say, you said get it to me, I would graciously pass that information. If you could give it to the taxpayers, it would be more important.
Absolutely. We can do it through the audit. I can absolutely do that.
Did we resolve that?
I don't know that we did. We're
Okay.
gonna resolve it by the end of the night, I pray. With respect, I believe that we do know what happened. I believe the audit report provided for us a very brutal presentation on what happened. And I don't know that is still, I didn't know that was still in doubt. Our administration, previous to this administration, with respect, the city manager is the CEO of our city, which means they handle the day-to-day operations of our city, including after the council adopts the budget, they execute that adoption. They are to monitor revenues through the finance department. They are to monitor and control spending through the finance department. Unfortunately, that did not happen. And so clearly we know what happened. Secondly, we are going backwards. 2 or 3 meetings ago, I requested through Ms. Holland that Worth Ferguson, who has, and I'll bring him up so that he can share with all of us his specific background in auditing and even in forensic auditing. He'll share that after my comments. I'll bring you up, Worth. But Worth has the background to do everything that many of you have said on tonight, and many of us have been asked over these past few months. And he's going back 5 years, right? And so these two things have already taken place. Again, with respect, I heard Mr. Lowry say that we should listen to the taxpayers, and I agree with that wholeheartedly. Let's go back down memory lane to 2022, to the rollback. There was a couple of issues with that rollback. Number one, the rollback happened because of a miscalculation. Even the ability to roll back happened because there was a miscalculation. Our administration missed a sales tax number that should have been implemented in the formula. The county tax assessor collector's office missed that same number. Let's remember, it was the first year for that calculation. And so there is no shade toward that administration nor toward Cheryl Johnson. It was new to all of us. But there was a number, a sales tax number that was missed, that if that number had been implemented, the true rollback number would have been 63 cents, not 55 cents. And so there would not have been any capabilities to do a rollback. But drilling down deeper into my agreement with Mr. Lowry on listening to the taxpayers, as we go back down memory lane, I could remember circa 2020, 2021, I can remember that there were young men shooting each other in the streets of Lamarque. Y'all remember that? There were young men shooting each other at convenience stores in the head. There were young men shooting each other in the chest at convenience stores. There were murders happening all over our county and all over our city. There were gunshots being fired randomly through the streets of Lamarque. We got calls, if many of us, I see Lieutenant Rodriguez in the back. I know that he was here during that time. There were random gunshots happening all over our city, and it was scaring our residents to death. And so those on the council then, myself, Ms. Yancey, and Mr. Compion actually listened to our taxpayers. And the reason that we recommended and we moved toward holding the tax rate at 55 cents during circa 2022 was because we were doing everything, watch this, in our power to augment our public safety community so that we can get a handle on random gun violence. We actually did listen to our constituents. We actually did listen to our community, because before there was an issue with taxation, there was an issue with fear in our residents' minds about random gunfire happening in drive-bys, or even when they were trying to go to the convenience store to get gas. And so that was the determination that we made at that time. Now, the rollback happened. There's no issue with that. The vote happened. We get it. But what it did do was it allowed for a rebate of upwards to $1 million. And so as a revenue stream, we lost $1 million. But we still did not lose those residents who cried for some sort of protection from their police department. And so we wholeheartedly still, the three of us and the two others that joined us, we still poured everything we could into augmenting our police department. That chart that Miss Holly put up before that showed that the police department's budget jumped from $5 million in 2022 to $8 million in 2025 was that council's effort to stop the gun violence in our community. We rebated $1 million. That's what the law required. That's what the taxpayers wanted. We get it. But we still had to provide those services because even though those monies left our coffers, the fear never left the hearts of our constituents, right? And so we did listen to the taxpayers during that time. And then there was another issue I wanted to address, the issue on how we have been responding to what has happened in the past 3 years or so. Again, with respect, without any shade, for 3 years in a row, previous administration, we won't call any names. For 3 years in a row, I sat here as your mayor during budget processes, and I said 3 consecutive years, this budget is not accurate. 2022, 2023, this budget is not accurate. Said that from the dais. 2024, last year, this budget is not accurate. Said it 3 times. We had to endure some budgets that were not accurate. I'm not casting blame on a city manager, a finance director. I'm saying the administration, whomever those folks were, presented this council with inaccurate budgets, and as your mayor, 3 consecutive years, I said to this council and to those folks that were working on the budget is not accurate. Now, after that, this past December 24, when I called for a separation or the turning of a page on an administration, one of the things I said, you can go, but you can ask Lauren, and the Daily News, they can pull it up for you. It was a quote. I said one of the reasons that I thought that we should move in a different direction in our administrative leadership team, I'll say it's the team, is we had 3 years of inaccurate budgets. What does that lead to? Well, that leads to a fire department and a police department overspending their budget because all they can do is execute what is necessary to keep the citizenry safe. And if those budget projections are inaccurate, Ms. Holly just said this, of course they're going to be over budget. That's how it works. And so we find ourselves here today with an issue. But that issue, again, is not, and nobody's saying that tonight, it's not nefarious, it's not criminal, it is an issue, however. But this council, Mr. Compion and Ms. Yancey, also for those 3 years or for the 4 years that we've been together, have said almost every meeting, where are accurate finance reports? We need accurate finance reports. I have heard them say this over and over again. And so you have a picture of a council trying to hold a finance department, an administrative team accountable, doing everything in our power. Because remember, we don't have any administrative duties. We are volunteers. We get a $50 stipend a month to help us with gas to visit our constituencies. And yet we spend sometimes 20, 30 hours a week representing those constituencies, nights, weekends, lunch, before work, all sorts of time, right? And so these 3, not excluding Mr. Lowry or excluding Ms. Griffin, But these three, the whole time, have been trying to hold the administration accountable. And here we are today in the perilous situation that we're in. Now, having said all of that, I do have heartburn, and I will continue to have heartburn with increasing our tax rate for a lot of reasons. And certainly we'll get to those reasons as we continue the discussion. But what I wanted to ask you, Ms. Holland, is this. I wanted to ask you, you cut $928,000?
$936,220.
936. Could you help us to understand where those cuts came from?
Generally, I did not bring those sheets with me, but the part of it is every open position is frozen. The police department came through, and because we have frozen positions, it also meant that certain things didn't need to be done with the building. They, fire department came through and scrubbed their numbers for anything that they could do. The public works came through with almost $300,000 in cuts. The city manager's office, we don't have a deputy city manager. We don't have a second communications person, cut travel and training. So we came through and looked at any item that could possibly be cut, and we cut it. One of the areas that I would like to come back to you after this is complete is we have the potential to save an additional $400,000 in development services if it's possible to bring that in-house. It's not always possible because those people tend to work for third-party firms, but we're spending $600,000 on external plan review and inspection, when if we could hire that in-house, then we could save money. But the bill this year is going to be about $600,000.
Let me ask you this.
Inspections, plan review, yep.
I wanna really ask you about that and how fast we can get that done, but I wanted to go back and be clear. What did we cut in the police department? You said something about building maintenance?
The chief, do you have it in
And
front of
Worth,
you?
would you approach, please? While Chief Argon is getting that together, I want you to say, for those that are listening tonight, online, and those that are here before us, would you please restate your qualifications as a finance director and how you would be able to speak to the continued conversation about auditing?
Yes, so I've been in state government in one capacity or another for over 20 years. I spent over 6 years working for the Texas State Auditor's Office, which is the highest level audit office in the state of Texas. We audit every state and federal dollar that comes into the state of Texas in one form or another. As part of that entity, there is an actual fraud and investigative entity that has power to arrest people if they have committed fraud associated with those dollars. I've conducted, when I was there, audits of comptroller's office, every major university in the city, all the way down to councils of government and individual businesses that received pass-through funds for the state or federal government. We have, in audits I have been a part of or led, found over $100 million in fraud of one type or another. Again, the audit that you do to find fraud is different than the audit you do to find, to get financial statements in order and make sure things are in the correct accounts. Those are two fundamentally different audits. Again, one is the forensic audit that is focused entirely on fraud. I've conducted 22, I think, but I have to go look exactly.
You
Me.
have conducted 22 forensic audits.
Been on a team that has.
You have been on a team that has conducted 22 forensic audits.
Correct.
So you have the ability to conduct general audits.
Correct.
And forensic audits.
Correct.
And you are looking back through our finances for 5 years.
That is what you were. I will note that it does take
It takes time, yeah.
It takes time, and most of our time at this point has been focused on
Sure.
ensuring the
Sure.
future, but
Right, but people are wanting to make sure they understand exactly everything that happened with our tax dollars. And so we're trying to give them information about your capabilities.
yes, and one thing, we don't have it for this meeting because it wasn't on the agenda, but for the October meeting, there will be a spreadsheet that is created that has every fund and every type of activity on it and what has been reviewed up to date, and roughly, without breaking any laws or any disclosure requirements, what has been found, how much money has been reviewed, how many, applications or travel arrangements, or all that will be given to the council, and if the council wishes, we will make it public as well.
Very
So
good.
the entire city can see everything that we're doing and the progress that we're making. Again, I would caution that 5 years worth of all of this takes time. So this is not something that I can do, especially since it's just me in a few months. Like, it is going to take time, but you will see that progress.
Very
And if
good.
people if any councilman has a specific place that they want me to start, like look at first, if you send it to me, I will do that.
Very good. I think we all understand that. Council, we have any specific place that we like for Mr. Ferguson to start looking? You can email him, and he will certainly start in those areas. Is that what you just said?
That is correct. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
If you
Thank
could email me so that you're not violating.
You're right. I'm sorry. I was
Yes.
trying to reiterate, but you're right. Let's email Ms. Holly, and she will forward that to Mr. Ferguson so that we can stay in line with the charter. Thank you for that, Ms. Holly.
Yes, sir.
If you have any area of city finances that you would like for Mr. Ferguson to look at first, email Ms. Holly so that we can stay within the charter, and she will direct Mr. Ferguson, and he will bring those findings to the council as a whole. Yes? Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. So Chief, I'm trying to find out what was cut out of your budget.
Two weeks back, that was about 517,000 that we cut. This time we cut $314,350. And we spent the whole day yesterday, my staff and I, going through this to Ms. Ollie. Personnel services, we have 6 officer vacancies. We lost one recently. I guess he was ready to be hired and kind of disappointed us. But anyway, we delayed hiring them until April, and that would save actually $190,000. Rentals, we can't use the building, so the carpet that was in the lobby, I know it does sound like a lot, but you could slip when you walk in. We have a mat there. We cut that completely. We don't need it. Narcotics investigations, we cut by money, investigative money for informants, $5,000. Uniforms and safety equipment, $15,000. We're issuing, I know it's tough, a shirt that we wear, believe it or not, it's $85. Pants are over $100. It's just a lot of expense. We're issuing, and Lieutenant G-Rod used to do this, if we have a good uniform that somebody wore that quit, retired, whatever, had a new uniform, we're getting it dry clean and giving it to the officer. I know that sounds kind of bad, but it's clean and we can save a bunch of money there. So we're saving $15K on uniforms, repair and maintenance of furniture and fixtures, so at the building. We cut a total of $13,000. Repair and maintenance of equipment, $40K. By the way, we just don't dream up these numbers, Mayor. We interpolate on how much we use per month, do the math, and we end up what we need for the budget. Professional fees, we cut $11,000, excuse me. Arbitration, luckily we haven't arbitrated, so we just cut that completely, about $5,500. Civil service testing, we reduced the testing to new hires 3 and 1 promotion test for the year. Advertising and promotion, we're cutting the Citizens Police Academy completely. We were going to reschedule. We only had 4 applicants. We were going to reschedule it. I'm just doing away with that for the next year. We need the money for patrol services, and we'll get that back eventually. Dues and subscription, we cut $2,600. We've cut $314,350. I mean, there's things we can't cut because we have records management systems, we got cyber systems, we got all these costs for, software. And if we cut that, we don't have any investigative services. So we're really, we've done a share of what, almost $900,000. And I want to just say this, I want to thank you for standing up for us on the overtime. Mayor, we have tried our best on overtime. We cannot tell a citizen, it's 5:30 and I get off at 6 and I can't handle the case. We got to go out there. And you know that as a firefighter, you just can't, and it just adds up. And we have had storms and we have to be there. We're the ones at night working, everybody's sleeping, and we just can't do that. So with overtime, it's there. We're doing our very best to keep it down. Ms. Holly has mentioned that. I don't let my officers work unless there's a reason. And as you mentioned, crime is on the downswing because we're out there doing something positive. And all these concerns from citizens, every citizen, I want to say this, I want to vent right now. Every citizen that has had a concern about being stopped with a bicycle with no lights and all that, I personally have talked to them. I have sent them a letter on why their cases are not being prosecuted. They just don't want to hear it. DA's office is in charge of that. We investigated. They assigned the case. My sergeants have talked to them. I have talked to them, and I have sent them letters. And Miss Holly's got a couple of those letters. They just don't want to hear the answer. So please understand, we're doing everything we can to investigate and prosecute. If the probable cause is not there, the DA's office will not prosecute. So don't blame the PD. And the DA's up doing a good job. We had a talk last week with Miss Holly up there. She got a big understanding of why cases aren't being prosecuted. Believe me, if there's probable cause, someone will be arrested. And if you don't have that in your case, please understand it. Come and talk to me one-on-one, not on social media. You're not doing anything but agitating the community for no reason. Thank you, Mayor. Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Hold on a minute, Ms. Laurie. Thank you. I had one more. I want to make a distinction.
Yes, sir.
You said there are 6 officers
Yes, sir.
and they are scheduled to be hired in April, is what you said?
We're authorized 52. We have 46 on hand. Authorized. Well, I mean, we have 52 authorized. We have 46 sworn right now on hand.
So you said you are delaying hiring
We're
those
delaying,
6?
we're delaying hiring for those 6 until April the 1st.
Thank you. Did you want to ask a question?
Yeah, how much did you cut from your budget?
Sir,
How much did you cut from your budget?
approximately with this amount, probably around 900,000.
900,000.
Yes, sir.
And we got grants to cover numerous officers.
You do.
No match grants,
Right.
correct?
You do. Yeah, there's some no match and some there is a match. Yes, sir.
So we're attacking public safety to the tune of $900,000. And to get those grants, we were the highest crime rate in Texas, if I remember correctly, or one of the highest in Texas.
We're one of the highest. Well, we're up there. Yeah, but in our county, we're rotating between KEMA and us over the last 5 years. But KEMA's mainly property crimes. That's why they have a lot of cases.
So we're cutting $900,000 from a budget from
Yes,
a
sir.
police department that is one of the highest in the county and
Right.
the entire state. I think KEMA had us beat by 1 year. And the rest of it's been us. So $900,000 against a department. It's repulsive to me.
Yeah,
It's disgusting.
yeah, it's scary.
And it's almost like a war on cops here. If you want to know the truth, I think it's like a war on our police department. You were here in 2014,
Yes, sir.
and that's when we needed a department. Before that, you guys don't even have a police department.
You know.
It's like there's a war on our police department right now, and it's repulsive. $900,000 cut from a department, our police department. We're the highest crime rate in the city for in the county for how many decades?
Right.
That ain't right.
Right.
Mr.
It's getting better.
Mr. Laurie, let me ask you a question. And this is a serious question. This is not a debate. I don't want to debate you. On the one hand, you're saying no new taxes, but then but when she tries to cut the budget, what do you, and this is a serious question,
Give you a serious answer.
What do you want her to cut?
You don't start with public safety.
Okay.
That is the last thing you cut of anything in any, you don't cut public safety first.
Okay, but what do you want her to cut?
Well, what about public works? What about parks? What did the other departments cut?
Public Works came in with over 300,000. The fire department comes in already lean. None of these are being put on their backs. It isn't as if we said, public safety, we're going to take this out from you. But the initial budget that was presented to me from the former finance director was at a 45-cent tax rate. At that tax rate, all of the expenses were built to that. The council told me at that time, no, we want to build it to a 39-cent tax rate. So everybody contracted. What the chief is telling you is between that initial contraction to get it down to the 39 cents, and then now when we had to save the additional 900,000, his last ask was 300,000 that you took. The last cuts that you just did were 300,000.
45.
Okay. So we work as a team. Everybody came together. So the city hall cut, and we're, not that many people, but we cut almost 600,000.
You keep referencing a freeze as a cut. A freeze isn't a cut. A cut is taking 90 employees to 70. That would be a cut. Saying that we're not going to hire the additional 10, that's not a cut. That's not a cut. A cut is going backwards and reducing staff. That's the cut. So when you say a freeze and you call it a cut, that's not a cut.
It is, sir, if we have 15 positions that are authorized and budgeted, and we only are allowed to hire 10, you have cut 5 positions.
Well, the 5 positions that didn't exist. A cut would be removing.
Well,
in my
they do
mind,
exist. No, the humans are not in them right now because we're trying to do this in a way that is through attrition rather than through layoffs.
It's a tough choice to run a business.
Yes, sir.
One of the hardest things to do in running a business is laying people off. It is very difficult. I get that. Can I go back, Bill, on some of the stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were saying stuff about you wanted to make, a cut. You didn't want to bring up his name or anything, but you wanted to remove the city manager. But as the time, when you were removing the one, we had the opportunity to hire somebody that had budgeting experience with the budget larger than our cities. And get this, he had auditing experience, and he was a 27-year veteran of law enforcement. But for some reason, we didn't pick the 27-year veteran of law enforcement with a budget of almost $30 million. But instead, we picked somebody with no experience that's now currently facing multiple felony charges. So I didn't vote for him, but it goes back to hiring the wrong people. So there's just, and congratulations for having the auditing experience. That's not going to do the public. There's no trust in our city government. So if you had a 1,000 years of experience and you could audit every department, that's neat. There's no trust in our city government. We can't even hire people properly. So thank you. I'm happy that you have that experience, but it's not going to do us any good because there's no trust in our government. There's no trust in our city government.
Don't do that, Ms. Yancey. Mr. Lowry, with respect, let's go back. The reason that and Robert's gonna tell us we're getting off course, but I need to answer this, Robert. Let me correct this. The reason that that young man with 27 years of experience with the FBI or wherever, some sort of federal law enforcement agency, and experience with $30 million, handling a $30 million budget. The reason that that person, in my opinion, I'm just one vote, was not selected was the charter is very clear. In order to be our city manager, you have to have municipal experience. The charter is our constitution.
Well, then,
But with respect, I mean, that's what it says, Mr. Lowry. I get what you're saying. We have to abide by our charter. And he did not qualify, in my opinion, if the charter says you have to have municipal experience and he has federal experience, that's great, as you just said about Worth. But it does not fall in alignment with our charter. And that's just to answer that question. Again, did you have anything else, Mr.
yeah,
Lowry?
well,
Go
out of
ahead.
120 something applicants, he made it to the last three, but he was ignored. The experience was there. It was clearly there.
Gotcha. I understand what you're getting. I get it. Any more questions for Chief? Chief, I see you standing there. Look like your back is hurting. You can sit down, I guess, if no one has any more questions for you.
Thank you.
Let me say this. Joe, I don't know if Joe's ready. It looks like he's tapping his fingers. But I wanted to say this to our public, as it relates to council actions. And so we talked a little bit about, the three of us, that were here prior to. We talked about, me having concern about, inaccurate budgets, my colleagues having concerns about not being able to get timely, and accurate reports. What did council do? We visited with that administrative team. We set parameters for continuing education. We worked to try to retrain those persons, to get them up to speed, so that they could perform better. That's one thing we did. And in this last budget, not the one we're talking about tonight, but the budget previous to this budget, this council, us three, even hired through our city manager, the position of a budget coordinator. So we even gave that team another financial person who was a budget coordinator whose sole job was to track the budget and the spending. And so if you're wondering how we responded as a council to these issues with our spending, we were doing everything in our volunteer power to try to make things right. Before you go, Joe, one of our attendees had a question. Is Mr. Ferguson, Ms. Holly, you might be able to answer this. One of our attendees had a question that they wrote down and handed to Ms. Lott. And that question is, if an auditor committed an error, it should fall on their errors and omissions report, and they should have to pay the difference. Do we know if our auditor committed any errors in the audit?
Not that I've seen.
Not that
No,
you've seen.
I'm not saying anything that's.
It was a question. I just wanted to make sure that we answered.
Okay.
That's fine. Mr. Compion, are you ready?
Yes.
Mr. Compion.
Thanks, everybody for your patience. I was privileged several years back to be selected part of a team of individuals for a 3-year funded grant from the University of Pennsylvania, an Ivy League institution, and the University of Hawaii, the East-West Center, underwritten by the Japan Foundation. And it was a 3-year grant focused on understanding how do we recover from disasters, what's the process. And during that 3 years, I had the opportunity to visit various locations across the country and in fact to Japan. And I came back with one beautiful, beautiful custom that the Japanese leadership has, which is accept responsibility. And they're out front in saying that. And I said that at the last meeting. I accept responsibility. Whether or not I was involved, yay or nay, or voted against, I really don't care. I accept responsibility for everything. That's my role. to be up here. And the Japanese also have one habit, one step further, but I have to apologize that I'm not going to be able to take this step, is that they come out, they take their shoes off, they always have their shoes off, and they get down on their knees and they bend and ask for forgiveness. Well, I can't do that because if I get down on my knees, I will not be able to get up. So I'm just going to say that from here, my apologies. And so we proceed forth. Now, having said that, I also said when we began this process, and I was quoted, I think, in the paper, the Daily News reporter, and I said to her, I said, I'm going to sit back, listen. For me, a sign of leadership is listening. Listening, and I've carefully listened. In fact, I think one of the things respecting people who come up and talk is to know that, at least for me, I've written down your name, Delon, Haley, Brian, Nicholas Roche, Michael Adams, and the note on everything here on Bertha Thompson, Don Kent. And I've said this to Miss Holly, that I provide her a request. Here's my summary, and I want to verify that these individuals' concerns have been followed through, even if whether or not they're in my district or not, because for me, that's leadership. And so if I have to get involved, I want to make sure that there is a response there. And because I don't want to be considered, and never have been considered, a politician. And so can you tell when a politician is lying? Well, they just open their mouth and start talking. and I don't want to be considered that. So let's analyze the situation that we have, at least my analysis. In disaster response, and Chief Merriman can attest to this. I see Chief Smith back there as well too. There is a process in the incident command structure, which is, of course, initially we respond to the concerns, the issue at hand. And that begins, of course, there's an event that happens. And so we initiate rescue plans and an action plan begins. And during that process, there are regular, what we refer to as situation reports, sit reps. Chief Merriman is very familiar with them, Chief Aragon as well. And and in the case of the Red Cross, we get them every morning. And we have to, at the end of every day, provide what activity went on, who did we talk with, things of this nature. And Ms. Holly and my fellow council members, this is a time where we need more sit reps. So I'm gonna probably, if I'm violating the charter, so be it, lock me up, whatever is necessary. But there's a constant theme that we have here, is that we're not being transparent. And I don't want to be accused of never being transparent. Ms. Yancey said, call us. I've always said that, give them my number. I'm not hiding from anyone. I'm not hiding from anyone, and I'll explain, I'll listen, but more importantly, I'll listen to your concerns. So in this process of, we have a disaster, we have an event, we start the rescue, we get regular sit reps. We need these sit reps. And what do I mean in our context? And I asked this, Wolf, I asked this of you, Miss Holly. For me, it begins so simply. What's our daily cash balance? What do we have available? And as a follow-up to the last meeting of Monday, where we learned for the first time, incredulously, that there was another $1 million in unpaid bills. I had time to think about that, simmer about that as well. and thought, isn't that amazing that it's right at $1 million? I have bills, but they're never all zeros. That's okay. Let me finish and we'll go from there. Okay. But it's just, the reality is that I know what I still have to pay on a monthly basis. I've got that. And as part of these sit reps, at some point, I'd like to see all these bills that haven't been paid. And that's part of analysis. What is it that has gone on in that regard? And I'm sure it's not going to be exactly with all the zeros. I'm not concerned about that. I'm just making that point that there was a significant number. And so at this point, folks, and I've reviewed and Ms. Holly shared information with the mayor and emails, and we've weathered the initial response, the rescue part. Why do I say that? First of all, I give thanks to my fellow members of the Economic Development Corporation. Mr. Osteen, former council member Osteen, is there. And in this response of the disaster, the Economic Development Council, and remember, let me go back and summarize. We're looking for some basically interim financing for a 5-month period. And this amount is approximately $6 million. And so of this $6 million, we just need to really consider this as our cash reserves to deal with the expenses of the city, which are approximately $60,000. And you're gotten that down, at least for this period of time. But so we've weathered this, in my opinion, this initial phase of a disaster response. We have a $1.5 million in transparency now of the Economic Development Corporation loan. We have another $1 million. We can start taking a look at, what's our garage sale? If it's me as an individual, what can I sell? Do I need that other car? Do I need that other dishwasher? Things of that nature. And so we're doing that now. That's a strategy. We're not talking about that enough, but that's a strategy. And so we have a $1 million piece of land the city owns. And that also is something that the Economic Development Corporation is going to be providing us capital in the sale of that particular land to $1 million. And also in terms of building these reserves, and he's here with us tonight too, you may or may not know, but we finally have resolved this long lawsuit that existed with the Port of Texas City, the railroad. And as part of that settlement negotiation, the monies and funds that had been associated with that, once again, not the making of any of us on this council, Diaz. That was between economic development and the port, but I'm not going to go back and visit the past. The fact is, the reality, we got involved, and we're going to finally settle that, and there are going to be proceeds from that are going to be shortly released from the title company to the amount of approximately $1.3 million. Look at what we can get a hold of. Yeah. And so that's a subtotal there of $3.8 million. And tonight we learned, thank you, congratulations, because I did feel it was possible, during this interim period, remember, just this short-term period to get us through to where our ad valorem taxes are now coming in about February. Then we have a $900,000 in new cost savings for this period of time. And let's not forget, because Mayor, and you know, and I've always asked, where's our reimbursements from all of our natural hurricane events? And they were never there was never any reports. And the fact is, there were, in fact, reimbursements happening, but they were never reported to council. And I thank Miss Alice Ashley for opening my eyes in that, because she's the one that has been monitoring this. And in that, while the cash has not yet been received, in the dashboard for the FEMA, that there's an additional Hurricane 1.3 FEMA reimbursement for Hurricane Beryl. So that, combining all of those things, that grand total there is $6 million. Now, what's the term? I think it's around Christmas time. Maybe it was from Dickens. We're getting by the hair on our chinny chin chin. Correct? I think. I don't know if it's Dickens, but from someplace. Hair on our chinny chin chin. We have to be disciplined in this regard. And we can be disciplined when on this going. And let me interject this as a result of also inquiring. We also need to maintain our assets. We lost an opportunity for additional $500,000 in reimbursements on that storage shed out for our equipment. Why? The feedback from the inspector was, you folks are not taking care of this yard at all. That's one of our capital, all of that stuff is our capital assets. We carry those on our books. The residents and the taxpayers, all of us have paid for that. We need to maintain our property. If we have an opportunity, as we do now as well too, to possibly get a new roof, a new AC at our existing police department, do it, pursue that. Not because we want the police department to move back in there, but because it becomes an asset that also can be put on the market to sell, and consistent with the guidelines of the Economic Development Corporation and their development plan, possibly be already a ready buyer there. But they're not going to buy a broken down building. And if we have the FEMA and the feds wanting to repair it, let's do it. Let's pursue those things. And add to that approximately, as we discussed last time, the approximately $500,000 in income that's coming in already off of sales tax. That's our base as well there too. So between those, we're going to get by the hair on our chinny chin chin. So we're moving. We've gotten through the phase of the rescue. It's going. So now the most important phase begins. And now that's the recovery, the recovery phase. That's where we need to focus, in my opinion, our attention. We have a city government to run. And I didn't bring it. You should see my office. I have stacks of stuff. I'm old school. I still kill trees. And I've got stacks of paper. And one of them is regular. I read every one of the monthly, they're actually weekly, from the Texas Municipal League about stories from every city and their budget information. Pearland, I was most impressed that in their budgets, which I hope that we do and take that lesson, Ms. Holly and Mr. Ferguson, is we also, within budgets, we need to do what we do on our personal finance. If I have $100 that I earn in my budget, 10% of that is my savings. And we don't do that in our budgets now. We spend out. I think the term used, Mayor, was zeroed out, a zero out budget. I learned that one.
Zero balance.
Zero
base. Yeah.
Zero base. But let's start changing that and start allocating something for the savings side. Because that's the question that people are asking. I heard that. If we do make some adjustments on a tax rate, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? And I'll move on. What are we going to do with it? We have a responsibility to you to also do one other thing. We need to preserve the good faith and credit of the city of Lamarque. The good faith and credit. I don't know about you, but I check my credit report every month. I want to know who's been trying to scam me and use me. It's happened. So I'm having to do that. I'm having to do that. And we've had that experience in the city, but it's maintaining my report. Xfinity right now is claiming that I had mobile service. I have never had mobile service with Xfinity, but yet they say I owe them something. And but that likewise impacts possibly my credit. I don't know. I'm dealing with that. But I know at the city level, we have to maintain the faith and credit of this city. And we've consistently maintained under the Standard & Poor's municipal bond rating system, the rating of high quality rating as a city, the AA minus, AA. And I don't know about you guys, but in school, I was always one of the top rating. So let's hope in a plan that we put together that will move us up. AA, the best is AAA. But if we move up and make that negative a plus, that's an improvement that we should say to our residents. That's a goal that we have as well. Preserve the faith and good credit of the city. Why is that important, folks? If you have bad credit, what happens? Go buy a car. What are they going to charge you? A high interest rate. I know everybody gets them in the mail. I'm amazed. I got one the other day from some Indian tribe, I think it was. And I looked at the interest rate on there. It was over 100%. But the check was already there.
Oh, yeah.
Just sign the back of the check. And I'm sure that people are falling for that scam. Marque doesn't need to fall for scams. Let's put together a plan, preserve the faith and credit. And third, in what universe are we not dealing with price increases? I was at a dinner last night in Dallas, and the young woman next to me was informing me. She looked over in the middle of this conversation and said, "Mr. Compion, do you know how much toilet paper costs?" I thought that was so odd. I said, "No, I honestly don't. I don't know what toilet paper costs. It's not something that I'm out buying myself." And well, I went to the store the other day and I walked away, the big jumbo thing of toilet paper, she said, was $35 at the new H-E-B. $35. And do you know, when my grandkids came over, I saw them pulling out one of those rolls, and those kids got a whooping because that toilet paper roll probably was, on that individual one, a significant amount of money that I can't afford on that side. So in our world, municipalities, there are increased costs. Let's remember last week or Monday, that wasn't even last week, it was Monday, that we believe in public safety. We believe in the police department. We believe in the fire department. But we also have to understand that comes with a price.
Yeah.
We believed that they needed to increase their salaries per the collective bargaining agreement. Now, folks, where do you think that money comes from? It's an increased cost. It's an increased cost there. And also, there are increased costs with the meeting I was at, was a Texas Health Benefit Pool. There are increased costs on prescription for our employees, things of this nature. So in every way, we're getting hit with these increases. And construction costs are out. Have you seen the price of a sheet of plywood right now? Amazing. What is almost $100, I think. $100 sheet of plywood I used to buy for 20. You know, so. And. But the reality is, we have increases that we have as a city to operate. Now, I'm going to go back, digress real quick. How do we maintain the faith and credit of this city so that we're not screwed on the interest rates and accomplish? We have to pay back those loans. ADC was very generous, very low interest rate on the payback over a 5-year term. They're the easy guys. These sharks that are out there lending money on Wall Street, they'll have the sharks, the wolves of Wall Street, whatever that movie was, but they're not as easy. So we've got to show them that we have a plan, a fiscally sound plan that shows that we have what? The additional income, be it ever so low, but we have the additional income that will cover the debt that we're accruing. The debt that we are accruing. Now, we briefly talked about the Texas Water Development. That was not the bonds. We're not going out and selling bonds, folks. And I went back and looked over my notes. They're right here. I want everybody to know officially, this is the official closing document. There's no sale of bonds. The grant, this opportunity I brought to this council after hearing the Texas Water Commissioner talk about it. The legislature had funded this grant, and I was at a presentation. And that is grants. We applied for a grant. What's interesting about it, the legislation was written that while it's a grant, and it's a forgivable grant at that, if you comply, it's going to be considered, the city has to, quote, issue a CO, a certificate of obligation. But here's the interesting, the bonds, thank you for utilizing the Texas Water Development Financial Assistance Programs. The financial commitment appears on page. The loan, folks, the loan, official document, the loan will become effective with the Texas Water Development Board's purchase of your bonds. That's the purpose of the program. The state has established this with the permission of the voters of the state of Texas, this fund, for purposes of this bond money, quote, bond, it's already a buyer. It's the Water Development Board. And then that is going to permit us to finally do what? Stop some of the crap that's going into our homes, including mine. And also improve broken water lines that we have in our city that sometimes spew brown and smelly water. I'm tired of those things, and I know you are because we've heard it over here. So let's try to make that difference. So I appreciate we're looking, Mr. Councilmember Mitchnich and others, Mr. Osteen here as well too, looking for a variety of options. Yeah. But in the interim, we do understand, I do, I'm saying, I'm talking about me, there's an increased cost of doing business. We see it in Galveston. Galveston is struggling with that. League City, Pearland. And what they usually do is they come up with League City deficit budgets, but they have reserves to cover it. And for the time being, as opposed to increases. Some cities raise it to cover. And that's the decision we're going to make today. So I said to the Daily News, I'm going to listen. I'm going to analyze. I'll ask questions. I always ask questions, right, Ms. Holly? At 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm sending you emails.
I know.
And you happened to be awake at that time too. So I thank you. Mr. Ferguson got in on that one too. He was also awake. and explain and explain my decision. So when we move forth, I'm going to tell you that I'm not going to support the 45% increase. I'm not going to do that. And I looked at the numbers over here on this side. But I will be supporting a 2-cent increase. We need to show that we are a good investment to people. We need to maintain our credit rating. We need to rebuild. And that's the last phase of disaster recovery, is rebuild. Rebuild our community. And I hope to continue being here to help do that ultimately for one more term and to follow through with this, because I am doing business very differently. And I thank you for your great curriculum vitae, all this. But I wrote a note to Mr. Lowry here. We've had that so many times before. It's just words. I haven't seen all this stuff. I don't know it. So I have to question everything these days. I have to question whether you were in the military or not. I have to question everything, unfortunately. And that's why I said I need to see things. I need to see them and request them. And I hope as a city and city administration, we also put behind us this apparent, I keep hearing it, practice of hiding stuff. What good does hiding stuff do? Release whatever needs to be released, especially if, what was that? What did you say? Somebody said about if it's available to the public, it would have to do with finance, make it public. Everything that we deal with up here belongs to the public, Mr. Ferguson, everything. Everything. So if it's here, it's there. I'll give you my notes. That belongs to you too. So, and they're there, you can't read them, but that belongs to you. And so I think I've set forth what I've heard, evaluated, asked my questions, and explained why I'm doing this, encouraging us to do this. And one other thing I want to say, two things. This for me is a plan for only 1 year. Because why? What's the other commitment? We have, after a long time asking for this, council has agreed to form a finance committee. And Ms. Holly, that's in your court right now. I asked Mayor about that last time. What are preventing us from naming people? And I think that you were naming the individuals, correct?
I'm naming some of the individuals.
Oh, some of the individuals.
Yes.
So council needs to go ahead and identify 2 of us on here to serve on it?
It will be on the October agenda. I just needed to get through this, sir.
Okay, on the October agenda. And then as soon as that happens, we need to convene that, because that finance group, that's the other part of this that the city has not had before. Watchdogs, because there's not enough time in the day, let me say this, for staff to do everything that needs to do in running the city and dealing with constituent complaints. You know, a constituent complaint comes in, as we said at the last, we have no authority. I can't go tell Public Works. I have in the past just gone and done it myself. I know Mr. Lowry has, all of us at some point have done it. Cut grass, cleared something. And, but we need to proceed forth and rebuild a community that I've been a part of since 1963, where my dad and my uncles built homes all along Campus Heights.
I'm older than
And what?
No, he's just been here since 63.
No.
He
I'm
wasn't
not
born in
in
63.
63. No.
No.
I've been here since 63. And it was a transition after going all my life before that to Catholic schools, and then coming and going to public schools here. And that was a transition, but I love Lamarck. I said this before. I can live, fortunately, anywhere I want to in this world. Anywhere I want to. I do know where I want to live. Ultimately to finish up a book. But I've chosen to live and stay here in this city. And I guess that's where I'll die.
Anyone else? Well, let's get into what we came for, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, if you would permit me, Mayor, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that is this the one on the tax,
No, sir, this is the budget first.
oh, accept the budget?
Mhm.
Well, I would move that we accept the budget then.
There's a motion on the floor to accept the budget. Yes, ma'am.
Is this the budget with the 3.5% increase or?
That will be determined. The budget that we have built is actually at the 39-cent tax rate.
Right.
But if you set the tax rate at 2 cents or 3.5 is what I'm plumping for,
Okay.
then that will only go towards the short-term
Okay,
debt.
so this is just the.
Yes.
So this budget that Mayor Pro Tem just made a motion for is at 39 cents.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we'll follow up then.
Then you'll follow up with the tax rate. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity.
Robert, we good with that?
Yeah, it's gotta be budget, tax increase. Then. Budget with the tax.
Okay, so what we have before us, so that those of us that are at home,
Yeah.
those of us that are on the dais, those of us that are here in public, the budget that Mayor Pro Tem has proposed right now, that we adopt is at our 39-cent tax, rate. This budget is at no new tax rate increases. Very good. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a voice vote.
Councilmember District A,
Yes.
Councilmember District B,
Yes, aye.
Councilmember District C.
Just to confirm, we're at the 0.39 zero.
Yes, this is the same rate that we had last year.
That's the budget.
That's the budget we're voting.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Councilmember District D,
Yes.
Mayor, excuse me.
Yes. Item 6.2, ordinance number letter O 2025 0019, levying ad valorem taxes for use and operation of the municipal government of the city of Lamarque, Texas for the 2025-2026 tax year, providing for appropriating each levy for specific purposes, and providing when taxes shall become due, and when the same shall become delinquent if not paid. A tax rate of 0.452161 per 100 valuation has been proposed by the governing body of the city of Lamarque. Maintenance and operations portion of this tax rate is 0.336908 per 100. Interest and seeking tax rate is 0.115253 per 100 valuation, for a total proposed tax rate of 0.452161 per 100 valuation. This is the second and final reading. Mr. Ferguson?
So, Mr. Mayor, that would
Go ahead,
be,
Ms. Howard.
the interest and sinking would be 0.115253. But the M and O rate, I'll have to ask
Yeah, I
Mr.
was trying to get
Ferguson
that.
if he's got that. If, it depends on what you want the tax rate to be. If we can determine if you're gonna go for a 2-penny tax rate, a 3-penny tax increase.
Very good. Let's, Mayor Pro Tem, are you planning to, you don't have to right now, are you planning to make a motion for a 2-cent tax increase?
Yes, sir, I am.
Is anyone here tonight on this dais planning to make a motion for anything higher than a 2%, 2-cent, excuse me, tax increase?
I do want to discuss what will the difference be between what the administration has asked for and what, Mayor Pro Tem is proposing.
Miss,
What page, what?
Last handout we have. And from last Monday, that at the 2 cents, that's an increase of $364,092 versus 3 cents, $546,138. That full increase, either one of them, are going to be used for debt funding.
Okay,
Debt funding. It's not going for the maintenance and operations.
okay.
Clear, is that accurate, Mr. Ferguson? Ms. Holly?
so,
It's for debt. It's to maintain our credit.
so that's roughly Ms. Yancey, I think the answer to your question, Ms. Holly said that she would recommend a 3 cent tax increase, 3 to 3.5. At 3 cent, the difference between the 3 cent and the 2 cent would be $182,046.
And Mayor and council members, let me also, I didn't throw this rationale out. We also have to make some tough decisions. We had already carefully analyzed our water utility rates. Unfortunately, due to the erroneous information where we were led to believe as recently as our retreat that we had a surplus of, Mr. Osteen, refresh my memory. I think it was 8 million. Was it the 8 million in the utility fund as a surplus? Oh, it was the 19. We had a document right in front of us that said we had a $19 million surplus in the utility fund, which was not accurate at all, at all. And so we're going to have to minimize the impact as best we can. And that's why I'm going for the 2 cents. Minimize that for the year, and then we do have to cover our costs. And that's it, cover our costs. That's what I'm trying to minimize that.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
At
Ms. Yancey,
a 2 penny rate, the M&O would be 0.311749.
Say that again, please.
0.311749. And the debt rate or the interest and sinking would be 0.115253.
so 0.311749,
Correct.
and what was the other figure? Tom?
0.115253.
Oh, it stays the same.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that would be the 2 penny that Mayor Pro Tem Compion is talking about.
Okay.
So tell me what that looks like at 2, I'm sorry, Max.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell me what that looks like with 2 cents.
It's the 346,000 additional dollars.
But can you work with that? I guess my question.
Well,
When I say looks like. what
yes,
does that look
ma'am.
like?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we sinking or are we still swimming? Are we sinking or are we swimming?
We can make it because it's showing the banks that we're serious. We've saved an additional 900,000, so we should have that. But this shows the banks that we want to keep our credit rating up and we want to move forward.
I'm fine with that. We're compromising that.
Anyone having any desire to make a motion for anything higher than a 2%? Hearing none, Joe Compion, floor is yours, sir.
Mayor, I would, I'd like to move that we set our rate with a 2 cent increase, which is the minimum that we need to maintain our credit rating, to make the commitment to our community, to be very transparent and visible of what we're doing with this. And hold you guys to your feet to the fire.
Yes, sir.
To make sure it's being done in this fashion.
Yes, sir.
And in this process, everybody in all the departments are still going to have to figure out how to fix our potholes, the most urgent ones.
Yeah.
And I have volunteered my time to go with the pothole crew, and I'm serious about that.
Okay.
And Mr. Lowry has volunteered with me to cut trees or whatever is necessary. And I'm stepping forth in that regard. So my motion is the 2-cent increase.
Did you did you do the figures in your motion?
The
We
ones
need-
that.
yeah, we need the new
yes.
figures.
Okay, so the,
Miss
that-
Lot, you listening?
Yes, sir.
as a result of this 2-cent increase, our maintenance and operation amount is 0.311749,
Yes, sir.
and the interest portion and debt is 0.115253.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Those numbers,
Mm-hmm.
Mayor? Those are the numbers.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Well, I have some. For me, this is not about rewarding bad behavior. For me, the bad behavior has been separated from our city. Ms. Holly hit it on the head. When an administration does not do what is required by charter, then you find a new administration. And so what I am about to share has nothing to do with not wanting to reward bad behavior. But personally, I do have heartburn with raising taxes. I will speak my piece and we'll vote. I don't want to debate. I don't want to convince anyone. Everyone in this moment has to do what they believe is best for their district. And they don't need a mayor or any other person other than the constituency they serve to convince them either way. And I am, with the full weight of the role as mayor, asking each and every one of you to do what is in the best interest of your constituency. Here's my problem. My problem is in 2022, our budget was $15,431,000. In 23, it was $16,545,000. In 17, it jumped to $17,778,000. And in 25, the year that we are in now, it jumped to $20,687,000. What we are proposing tonight, even at a 39-cent tax rate, was $23,705,000. Between 2024 and 2026, that budget has risen $6 million. And that is concerning to me. And I believe that it rose to this point without this council or previous council's direction. I believe that, again, we overspent. Not us on the dais, but us as an operation and as an administrative team. And that's a problem. You cannot grow a budget that quickly, in my opinion. There should have been, and Mayor Pro Tem has been saying this for about 2 years now, I believe, maybe longer. Forgive me, Joe, if it's been longer. We need a financial plan. And if we had a financial plan, we would perhaps have been able to set monies aside for a rainy day fund, to be able to rebuild our reserve funding. And so that provides some heartburn for me. But I do respect what Ms. Holly is doing. I respect what Mr. Ferguson is doing. I think that there's no perfect answer here tonight. But I do have heartburn with this because I don't believe this is something that should have happened the way that it did. How did we get to a $23 million budget? Me personally, I don't know. The operation spent its way to a $23 million budget without any foresight or without any planning. And so those are my thoughts. And I want to reiterate again, please, council, vote your constituents' needs. Do not take what I am saying as mayor as an indication to vote with me or against me or any of those things. Do what you believe is in the best interest of your constituency. And I believe ultimately we will be fine. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for making this motion. It takes courage to make this motion. I don't know if Ms. Yancey or Ms. Griffin seconded the motion. It was Ms. Yancey. It takes courage to second that motion. And the majority of this council will rule. Again, we don't have a perfect answer, but we have to act. And so those are my comments. I appreciate each and every one of you tonight. And I want to say one more time, we didn't bring Ms. Holly down from Central Texas or wherever it is that she's from. Central Texas, to make easy decisions. We brought her down here to do hard work. And I don't even know where Worth came from. But wherever Worth came from, he did not come to this city to have an easy job. I believe he was well aware of the challenges of the city. So thank both of you for working the way that you have. And I respect you for what you have done. And so then Mayor Pro Tem.
One important item there that I forgot to mention in my comments. And earlier in the day, as I was driving back into town, I reached out to the tax assessor collector's office because I wanted to confirm this. Once again, confirm. I keep hearing, but I need to verify. So I had to verify. Because I know that there's some concern, and we've heard it from our seniors, our disabled, on this side. School districts, the county, the city. You have a freeze if you have your homestead. Your tax for the city stays the same. The tax for the city stays the same. Now, those entities that do not, and so I hear it, and you're going to say that to me, Mr. Copping, my tax bill still went up. Yes, because the drainage district, the municipal, if you're in a mud, I think the College of the Mainland, and there's special other taxing districts. Some areas have, what do they call emergency services, emergency service districts. Those entities do not apply freezes to the increases that occur on their, so if your appraisal is going up, go fight it. Go please protest it. That's important. Do that consistently on that side. And so I wanted to make that clear that I don't want anybody, especially our seniors who are disabled, to have any sort of health crises on this and go to bed, because we do have, and I'm a senior, sometimes we can't turn the old head off thinking about these things. So please, I wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mayor.
So, any further discussion? Ms. Lott, it's your show.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna get a voice vote. Councilmember District A.
At the new tax rate of 3.11749, I thought you were gonna read it, I'm sorry. Yes.
Councilmember District B.
Yes.
Councilmember District C.
No.
Councilmember District D.
Yes.
And Mayor.
No. Show the motion passes 3-2. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is a volunteer position. And we have in our hands 20,000 residents and their lives and their ability to feed their families. This is not easy for us to do. And I respect through the three of my colleagues that have made the decision they made. And I applaud them for having the courage to do so, and to vote their convictions.
Mr. Mayor. Given that you have a tax increase has passed, I would urge the council to consider the prior budget that has been passed and consider whether or not to revisit that item to pass. the
Tonight?
budget. Yeah, to
Okay.
pass that budget, considering the
How would
budget
we,
with the tax increase essentially.
so would we add that to, so we would add? Yeah, help us, we can revisit.
Yeah, so the budget you'll be passing now would have a single line item that would take that extra 2 cents tax and devote it entirely to debt repayment. That's the addition you're voting for.
I thought that was the third item we're acting on, the
That's
budget with.
It's
with the tax.
Yeah.
it's the third vote, but it's the order is you vote on
This is the third item.
the sub budget,
With
then the
with
tax.
new,
Yeah.
with the new rate.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
Yes.
take care of that,
Yes, that's what this vote is.
correct? The third rate.
Yeah.
Got it.
I'm just looking at the agenda. I'm trying to make sure that we're
Yeah.
that we're sliding this in the right.
So we're getting ready to move back into that. So,
Right.
so who wants to, is it, can Worth, can you give us the language?
So I guess the language would be, adopt, a budget with the additional 2 cent tax raise, 2 cent tax increase tied explicitly to debt service.
Did you get that, Ms. Casey? Can you read that back?
If you could repeat it again for me?
Sure. We would take the prior approved budget, take the 2 cent tax increase, and that would be entirely assigned to debt service.
You're gonna amend.
Amend, yes,
Our
amend.
approved budget to take the 2 cent tax increase and apply that to debt service. Do I have that right?
Yes, that is.
Can you, when you get it, Ms. Casey, read that back so we can just entertain a motion off of your reading of it.
But may I make a suggestion, maybe, Robert, just to add the language pursuant to the language that's there already. Fiscal year, the annual for the pursuant to the tax rate levied in this, just add that language. Would that be sufficient?
Yeah.
Yes, I think that
Yeah,
would clean
you
it up
wanna
that
make
way.
motion?
Make that, yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Well, I'd move then therefore that we're, are we now amending this or just making a new motion?
I would amend it. Yes.
Okay, so this is an amendment, Mayor, I'm offering to our previously passed motion.
Correct.
Which I believe I also
You may, yeah.
made. So that I'm moving to amend this motion on ordinance number 0-2025-0018. Making appropriations for the support of the city of Lamarck for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025, and ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness, and adopting the annual budget for the city of Lamarck for the 25-26 fiscal year pursuant to the newly adopted tax rate,
2 cents
2 cent tax
will be
rate
for debt service.
for debt service.
That's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
Mr.
Is that, when you amend the ordinance, if it's a substantial amount, you gotta have another public hearing on it. Y'all need to take that in consideration.
What does the law say?
Excuse me?
What does the law say on that?
I'm not familiar with that, but my understanding is that the process here is we have a budget, we pass a tax increase, and then we have to pass the budget with a tax increase.
Okay, okay.
Okay. And so that, I hear that, James. You're not talking, you're saying that perhaps maybe after this, we would have to have another reading and a public hearing, is what you're saying.
Anytime you amend the ordinance, you've already passed the ordinance, number one. But when you amend the ordinance, if it's substantial,
You have to come back again, is what you're saying.
yeah, you have to
Okay.
come back and let the
Yeah, I
taxpayers
got you.
know, have a comment
Yeah,
section.
I got you. Yeah, we can resolve that. I get what you're saying.
So
We can resolve that when we get a better handle. on it.
You could come back.
come back at a later date, maybe.
You can't.
This is the last.
This is-
Mayor,
This is the last meeting. right?
The reason, the reason I
Hold,
thought.
hold on, Ms. Yancey, Mayor Pro Tem. has his hand,
Here,
and I'll get you.
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you on one. In my opinion, this is not substantial. Why? It's a reduction. The
Right.
substantial part would have been had there been something
On-
above the
Paying
40.
debt.
Yeah, on that,
That-
right?
You know.
So
you-
that's my belief.
You can, you put lipstick on a pig any way you want to, it's still a pig. So what I'm just telling you, you need to get a legal opinion on it to keep y'all out of trouble. I'm just
I agree, and
trying to keep y'all out of trouble.
Thank you, James. We appreciate it. Ms. Yancey, you want to say something?
No, I was just gonna say exactly what Joe said about, because we didn't go up and the hearing was 4:45, right? And since we talked about that, I think that, and that's why we came to because of the hearing. So I think we're good.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion on this amendment? Hearing none, Ms. Lot,
Yes, sir.
we need a voice vote.
Yes, sir. I'll start with Councilwoman District A,
Yes.
Councilmember District B,
yes,
Councilmember District C,
Abstain.
Councilmember District D,
Yes.
and Mayor.
No. Thank you, council. We are at we're at the railroad. The railroad has come to us tonight. Choo choo. New business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action, 7.1, ordinance number letter O-2025-0025, requesting a change in the zoning district from L1 light industrial to I3 heavy industrial. Is that I1?
It's I1.
I'm sorry, I1 light industrial to I3 heavy industrial for a tract of land being 1A, tract 1, a 352.288 acre tract of land situated in the John D. Moore Survey, abstract 150, Galveston County, Texas, being partially out of divisions M, N, O, P, W, and X, Cook and Stewart subdivision, map of Highland, a subdivision in Galveston County, Texas, according to the map plat thereof, recorded in volume 81, page 526 of the Galveston County deed records, and partially out of Highland Park and Highland Park Annex subdivision, a subdivision in the Galveston County, Texas, according to the map or plat thereof, recorded in volume 7, page 54 of the Galveston County map records, said 376.327 acre parcel, being more fully described as meets and bounds in the attached tract 1 meets and bounds. Description, 1B, tract 2, a 60.865 acre tract of land situated in the John D. Moore Survey, abstract 150, Galveston County, Texas, being partially out of the M, N, and X Cook and Stewart subdivision, map of Highland, a subdivision in Galveston County, Texas, according to the map or plat thereof, recorded in volume 81, page 526 of the Galveston County deed records, and partially out of Highland Park and Highland Park Annex subdivision, a subdivision in Galveston County, Texas, according to the map or plat thereof, recorded in volume 7, page 54 of the Galveston County map records, said 60.865 acre parcel, being more fully described in the attached tract 2 meets and bounds description, 1C, lots 5 through 9, block 30, division N, Cook and Stewart subdivision, out of the J.D. Moore Survey, abstract 150, plus minus 0.703 acres, Galveston County, PID number 196267, 1D, lots 1 through 5, block 29 and southwest part of block 30, Highland Park and Annex, and adjacent abandoned row, out of the J.D. Moore Survey, abstract 150, plus minus 1.629 acres of Galveston County, PID number 197799, 1E, A&F subdivision out of the John D. Moore survey, abstract 150, plus minus 061 acres, Galveston County PID, number 194729, 1F, lots 5 through 10, and west 1.5 of lots 4 and 11, block 36, Highland Park Annex subdivision out of the J.D. Moore survey, abstract 150, plus minus 0.96 acres, Galveston County PID, number 197811. This is the first reading. Any questions about all of that, what I just read? Go ahead, Joe.
Mayor, if I could just summarize in a little history here for our residents. This council previously took action to establish a heavy industrial
Zoning district.
category, and John's here as well too.
You created the
Come up,
of the district, the no property was zoned.
Can you get a microphone?
Mike.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
So what you did previously was create the possibility of having property in the heavy industrial district. You created that category, but there was no property that was zoned in that category. So this is the first time you're being called upon to rezone any property to that category.
All right. And what is there a recommendation of sort from the Board of Adjustments or anything on this?
Actually, the Board of Adjustment, they met on Tuesday and they recommended denial.
Okay.
In your packets, you will actually see a copy of the ordinance, and there's also the staff report, which will include.
Mhm.
and
In that red
Your red
folder.
folder,
Right here.
the staff report will be in there, yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, what'd you say about the board, the planning and zoning?
Planning and zoning, it was a unanimous vote to deny the rezone.
Right, I mean, technically it's to recommend denial. They don't
To
deny,
recommend,
grant or
excuse me.
deny plats. I mean, grant or deny zoning changes.
Exactly what he said. It was a recommendation.
Even
for
though,
denial.
even though they expressed it the way she described, yes.
But that's fine and good, but any bases for that?
I mean, there was discussion of everybody wanting to know exactly what's going to happen out there. About, that everybody would like to know exactly what the business park or the rail serve development would look like. And of course, I say, of course, the railroad's position is they don't know yet because, they have to find people that want to build something out there and that'll be served by the rail line. And what your original zoning ordinance did when you created that category of zoning district, you limited what they could do. You have requirements for setbacks and fencing and things like that. So whatever the railroad does has to be fit within the rules for the heavy industrial district. But beyond that, they have flexibility about what goes out there.
Mr. Haley, may you approach?
Jason Haley with Texas City Terminal. Good evening, Mayor Bell, Mayor Pro Tem Compion, respected council members, and Ms. Holly, thank you for your service. I know it's been a tough evening here, but I do appreciate what you do for the community. Yeah, I'm been here so many times, kind of like, old seat, old hat. Yeah, you've seen me before. We've talked about this. Yeah, and so, we at Texas City Terminal worked long and hard with the city, with city legal on establishing a zoning that puts in the protections for the citizens, for the community, right? That was done. And so, Texas City Terminal, we always work within ordinances, laws, statutes. We've been around for 120 years. And I'll just back up to the very first person that spoke online tonight, Miss Alfonso or something to that. I had her name written down. What was the thing she said? We need to bring businesses to the community, right? And he didn't give his last name, but I think it was Mr. James. He said, there's no businesses coming to Lamarck. I think he said liquor stores or something to that effect. We're willing to invest in this community, bring jobs, tax base. That's what we do. And so we want to have a win for the city. And as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, yeah, there's some proceeds that are all going to happen. That's going to benefit everyone here. We're invested. We've been around for a long time. And if you look at the city of Lamarck's, if you go to the website, the history, it talks about and promotes the railroad is what started this community, and we're here. And so we want to be here and be good neighbors.
Some follow-up.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haley, and of course, we know your dad, longtime resident, member of the school board here in Lamarck, a former executive director of the Chamber of Commerce.
School named after him.
No, in the school, Haley, your
The
dad.
beautiful
right
new
here.
school right across
On
the street
that
here.
side,
That's
so-
correct.
So welcome. It's always interesting, the reaction that people have to railroads. I had the same reaction, truthfully, right? But we're fortunate to have actually a bit of an example from another city that had this challenge. And I think it was LaPorte, where you had proposed some changes, operations, but even in the face of the local committees opposed to that, the council said, fine, we're going to proceed with this. And that relationship has continued and you built. It resulted in an increase in the ad valorem taxes. Folks, ad valorem taxes, what increase in the monies that we need? That's how we get by the hair on our chinny chin chin. And those are future planning. So, but the challenge, and I guess here's the challenge. You don't have a client yet there because you can't in good faith approach Mr. Lowry's company over here and say, Mr. Lowry, we have this possibility of this land over here and it'd make a great site for this or that. Isn't this also near that new concrete crushing or operation? North, yes, as well too. And so this changing or this designation of this area in the heavy industrial will permit you and your team to finally go out and market the property. We know, and I've brought this to you already, that there's an immense interest by certain companies on warehouse space and building of a rail spur there in order to access. So there's a lot of operations and not just this concept of railroad cars there on that side, which you could have done years ago, by the way. You could have done that years ago on that side or when you acquired the property, because unfortunately, and this is past federal law with the Federal Railway Act of 1929, I think, basically provides you a lot of authority to bypass and any requirements that a city may have. You're willing to work with us in terms of proper protections and in the development of this, be a partner with us in the development of this land as well too, as we should be, in my opinion, as we should be. And anything I've said that's inaccurate so far?
No, those are all correct in fair statements, everything you've said. So you're right. We could have gone out and put rail in from day one, but we didn't think that's best for us or the community, right? In the long run, because there are additional expanded uses that we can do here besides just put rail cars out there. So, but that's everything you've said is fair.
And I think this is part of development. Mr. Osteen may remember these days. We didn't have trash pickup in 1963 from when my family moved here from Galveston after Hurricane Carla. We used to have an old oil drum in the backyard. You had the same one, Mr. Osteen? Ours was blue. I remember it because I had to take out the garbage all the day and put it in that oil drum and burn our garbage. That was our pickup over there. And who knows, in that process, of course, we're polluting the air. But we've made adjustments. That change occurs. We try to do better with the assets that God has provided this community, and you have the same respect for those assets as well. And I want to say thank you to you, thank you to Tyson and the whole team over there and your engagement that you've had with me and with council as well too, in this area. I'll be supportive of this on this side. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, just to let you know, from an urban planning perspective, it is an appropriate use for the land. And in looking at the regulations and the ordinance, they have put in the buffers and the fencing, et cetera, to be protective of their neighbors.
Any other?
If we can, I'd also like to set up a town hall, as one of my constituents said, that you guys are trying to be good neighbors, and they just want to know, they want to hear it from you guys. You know, one of the things that you guys, there was discussion of previously was buffer zones, and some people wanted an 8-foot fence and a 500-foot zone, but you're saying, well, hey, we could put in a building to create businesses. And there's just, if the public would know more what's going on, and it's not anybody's fault or anything like that, but if we could have a town hall and get together and just let them explain to you their concerns, and you can respond with exactly what you've been saying here, I think that'll put a lot of people to ease.
Okay, yeah,
If we could.
understood. But you're correct. You know, we worked with the city legal staff and team to incorporate, instead of just having dead space within 250-foot buffer, why not put a warehouse or a building which actually will get some ad valorem taxes and sales tax? And so then that also then acts as a sound barrier. Those are smart things to do. And Mayor Pro Tem actually was here before. He said, hey, go back and take a look at this ordinance and come back with something that works for everybody. And we had to go back to the drawing board. Like I said, I've been up here several times. So
Couple years.
Thank you.
thanks.
So I do have a question. Is that okay? Mayor? So this is what all the negotiations for the last 5 years that we've come to, and now the planning and zoning said no. And so now it's coming to us to overturn, I guess, because of the legal issues that are pending as a result. You know, it would be really nice, since you are Haley, and I love Jimmy Haley, throw in a park or something. You know, once things get done, you never know, later on, a nice park for the neighborhood. If you-
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because we know it's gonna be amazing, because Haley's do amazing things. And so we are trusting you to do the right thing. And because we've been in negotiations for 5 or 6 years, right?
Yeah, it's longer than that, but yeah, almost like a decade here, but
And I had to kind of hand up the speed.
Yeah.
But it would be nice, because that area doesn't have any type of park over there. You know what I mean? So and I'm not saying go back to the drawing board. I'm just saying that may be nice later on,
okay. We will
in good faith. because
definitely take that into
just because
consideration.
You are a Haley.
Yeah, well, thank you, thank you.
And we voted to name that school after your father.
Thank you, Councilman. Yeah, so-
Because it has been so long, and we are, because we would be overturning this, right? And that I'm looking at some of the names on this list. They are some diehard Marque residents that voted against it. And so, but I do know the legal ramifications and why we have to
And,
move forward.
you know,
You're gonna have another, this is first reading.
Okay,
Before you do, when you do second reading, you're gonna have another public hearing.
okay, so they
Yeah,
may come back.
yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So this is just the beginning of the process. And thank you so much, Mr.
There's a
Booth.
much bigger.
Okay, this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
So we got another thing to
One
deal with. But Councilman Lowry, this is something you're in favor of. Councilman Lowry, this is your district. This is something you are in favor of.
I'm sorry.
You're in favor of this, of going forward.
Yeah, with the litigation that's been going on for nearly a decade, I think it's time. But at the same time, I also want to get my constituents in here, which we have another reading, so we have time to set a town hall prior to the second reading. If we could incorporate that,
yeah,
Fine,
just
Jason,
tell them not
and-
bring a lot of tomatoes or anything, so, you know, to throw at me, yeah, you know, yeah. Yeah, we can commit to being, being available, just like we came to the HOA for Omega Bay, right? And
Yes,
did that one for you, for your constituents there.
Yes,
And address the group, and hopefully gave answers and, alleviate some of the concerns.
Absolutely.
Mr. Lowry, would you be opposed if I made the motion to approve? Jake? Or would you like to do?
Go ahead.
Okay, I move that we proceed with the
Zoning change.
the new zoning designation for the property described in here. We're hearing.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, sir. That's
Thank
step
you all.
one.
Appreciate it.
Item 8, there is no executive session. Item 9, there are no actions to be taken from executive session. Item 10, requests and announcements. Council, we've read this ad nauseum. We know what we should and should not say. And so it is late in the evening. And so let's,
Just give me before you leave, John. This was, just so we could realize this was one of the last cases that you were involved in because you're anticipating finally retiring. Is
I'd
that
like to
accurate?
completely retire at some point, and this is the longest standing one that I haven't gotten rid of yet. So yes, I'm very personally invested in getting this thing resolved for you guys.
all right,
I just want to thank you for.
Thanks.
Thank you.
good deal, man. Council, we know the drill on item 10. We know what we can and can't say. And so let's get this done so that we can dismiss Miss Griffin. You tapped out? Let the record reflect that Ms. Griffin is tapped out. Mr. Lowry?
Yeah. Number one, if we could get a town hall set up right away and publish that, so everybody, not just District C, but everybody to the city, if we could get that on the city Facebook page and website, so everybody can come. I want to hear from constituents.